Good morning, good morning. Oh, I'm going to stop recording. I cannot do that at the same time. I'm too choppy. Yeah, my graphics card can't handle it. Stop recording. Come on, back down. Yeah, that's better. Sorry, I was going to record my stream. Can't, it's too choppy. I can see instantly that it's not being able to cope with it. I've got a 5070 Ti and it can't do OBS streaming and a record. How terrible.
PCDD, you little shit.
There we go. Better turn that down. That's really loud. Let's turn that down a little bit. Good morning, morning, Tom. Morning, Joseph. You made it. And I'm a little earlier than I scheduled. I had an appointment this morning for. I don't do site visits any longer or call outs, but I had a customer, a business customer, ring me yesterday, and their network's gone down. And I've done quite a lot of work for them in the past, so reluctantly I went, okay, I'll come out. So I went 9 o'clock this morning, and I was just waiting around. So I put myself a schedule on for about 12ish. But as you can see, I think I put on the post that I would stream as soon as I was done. Hence why I'm streaming now. Been back about 10 minutes or so. So I thought I would jump on and make a start. So hope everyone's really good. It's absolutely cracking pavements out there. It's glorious. Beautiful, beautiful day. Absolutely glorious. So yeah. I've got a sub goal on there, 21 out of 1,000. I don't think that's working. It should. It should tell me how many subs I've got in total. So clearly that is just not working. No idea why. It's obviously having a moment of madness. So hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. So guys, we have my Wednesday stream today. So we're going to stream until the work is done. I've got a couple of laptops sat here, which I did on a stream. Morning, Worms. I will be lurking. Good morning, Worms. I did these on a stream last week, a test stream where I was recording, because I was going to turn them both into VODs. But anybody joining that stream, and I've put it on unlisted now, so you can't see it. The frame rate was horrendous. probably one frame every about 10 seconds. So James JFix contacted me afterwards, after some of you guys very kindly sent me messages and whatnot and tried to notify me.
And when the doctor said I didn't have worms anymore, that was the happiest day of my life.
Thank you, Ralph. Very great.
Even on the settings, what I've set up with James, it's so choppy. It's just pinning my graphics card. I've got a 5070 Ti in this machine, and what CPU have I got? It's not ultra modern, this one. It is a 5900X 12 core running at 4.2 gigs. I've got 64 gig of RAM. I've got dual M2s and then a RAID array of SSDs. So it's not a slouch of a system. And I say 5070 Ti, it's pinning me GPU just doing this stream at 75 to 80%. As soon as I click on record as well, it just tips it to 9900% and it just stutters. So for whatever reason, well, I can see what reason, it's just not up to it. But anyway, so we're going to stream today, our Wednesday stream, live until we're done. I don't know what else is coming in, and might have a couple more bits and bobs floating about. So it might be, I don't know, a 2 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour, 10 hour. Certainly won't be any more than 12 hour, because you will get sick of me by that stage. So I hope you guys are doing well. We are on 933 subs, still chasing that magic 1,000. Just been immense the support I've had as well. So thank you one and all for that. Right, we'll get our first laptop. These were a couple that I did last week. So we'll get these. These are just 2 screen replacements. But like everything, it is whatever walks through the door. Had a few on yesterday. Really nice gaming machine that we... I'll show you. It were a nice gaming machine, but it had a standard cooler on it. So, just let me grab my thing from under here. So it was complaining that the computer was shutting down. It had it 2 years. A friend had built it for him. And it had started shutting down. So that's his CPU cooler, which is an AMD Ryzen CPU cooler. Not particularly dirty. Reasonably okay. Not a great deal of fluff in it. But in the absence of any doubt, that is straight off his PC. Can you see one vital component that I'm missing? There is no... I think I took a picture of the CPU as well. There is no thermal paste on it. Let me see if I can find a picture of CPU that I took as well. And he reckons he's been running it 2 years. That's his CPU. There's a little bit on there dry. So I think what they've done at some point, because that was absolutely bone dry, weren't even wet. So I think what they've done at some point, or during when he's built it for him, they've wiped out, they've gone to think, oh, we'll change this. They've not bothered reapplying it, and they've cleaned this, and then they've just put a kind of bare dye in here. But that is absolutely, you can eat your dinner off that, it's that clean. So it was wondering why it was shutting down. 2 years he's running it like that. So replace that, put one of my very favourite coolers on the Thermalright Assassins, put one of them on, and put him that on, put him 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. £200 that was, £200 I had to pay for that. It was DDR4, 32 gigabytes, and it was 3600 megahertz RAM. Just, morning Pitco. Just crazy amounts of money. So yeah, we ended up putting that in it for him. He had a failed SSD, so took that out as well. And he had a 2 terabyte. He had a 2 terabyte NVMe, a 240 gigabyte SSD, and a 1 terabyte mechanical drive. But how he'd got it configured, he'd got the SSD loading Windows, he'd got the 1 terabyte mechanical drive just as a D drive, and then the 2 terabyte NVMe as a third drive. So we weren't really getting any benefit. So reinstalled Windows, put it on the 2 terabyte NVMe, threw the SSD away because it were Origin, whoever that is, and reinstalled it all, and absolutely phenomenal. Got that done in a day for him. We have this one here, which needs stress testing and other bits and bobs, and we have, let me just turn the camera a little bit, we've got another one sat just at a small form factor, and it's a super small form factor. This is one of, oh, not the smallest one, but it's an SSF, is it SFF? Small form factor PC. So that's an interesting one. That is overheated. Customer says he's run MSI Afterburner and Ryzen Master, and his temps are 108 degrees on his CPU. Not shutting down, but 108 degrees, but his GPU is fine, 30 degrees, he says. He thought it was water cooled. I've had a look, it's not, it's air cooled. It looks like it's got a flat Noctua air cooler into it, but that's going to be awkward to get into if we need to get into it. But I'm thinking that might just be software, because if he has put Ryzen Master on and MSI Afterburner, it might just be false reporting on that one. So what we might have to do is take the drive out, put my drive in with test software on, run the tests with the correct software on, see if it is, and if not, it's a software anomaly which is causing that. If it isn't, I'm hoping it's not the cooler, because by the looks of it, it is an absolute full strip down. But unless the fan has died in the cooler, I can't see why it would be overheating that bad. But even if the fan has died, he'd get a fan not working warning. So don't know. So I'll put that one to one side. So I've got those two to do as well after we've done these laptop screens, and we'll see where we go from there. So we will flick it down onto here. The big, oh yeah, can you remember the humongous one I had sat here for a while? The huge one, 51 kilos. That went back last Saturday I think it went it back. And after about 20 minutes after he collected it, my phone rang and it was him. And I'm like, oh no, has it gone wrong? Has something gone wrong? And he just went, hey, just really thank you so much. Plugged it straight in, worked a treat. Really missed it. Thanks a lot. You've done an absolutely amazing job. He was over the moon getting the computer back. And that was the twin Titan graphics cards in SLI. So he's ordered another one, which is about $7,500, I think he said it was. But that's a 5080. He's trying to get a 5090 in it. They're actually buying it for him. He's PC specialist. They're building it and sponsoring him because he's a streamer. So I'm not building that one. So he's a streamer. He's getting one free of charge, I believe, or so on. But they won't do a 5090. So I said he's probably not going to. With games he's playing, he's going to play. He's going to start streaming Euro Truck Simulator. So for that, he's certainly not going to need a 5090. Be well away with a 5080 on there. Right, let's get down to this. Let's get down to business. So we've got a cracked screen, which I took out the other day, again on stream, but we couldn't see. So most of this is disassembled, so it will just be a case of reassembly. It shouldn't be too much hassle to get this one sorted. I have two screens because we've got two laptops. I just need to see which screen is which. So let's see if we can open these up. If you've not fitted a screen in a laptop, I know there's varying levels of ability and desire within chat, but if you haven't fitted one, they're not relatively easy. They're one of the more easier jobs to do. So I've got a couple of tutorials on my other VODs to do them. It's well worth giving it a go. As long as you're careful and you take your time, you shouldn't really have too much problems. Right, I've got two screens. I'm hoping I've opened the right one. Don't know. Because they are different ones. One's one and one's for a different laptop. Let's open this one. It's the only problem when you get them both in together. Went out on Saturday to just during the day. Went to a really nice place, and it was one of these new modern things, which is like a converted warehouse where they put all different food stalls and things like that. Went there, had a bit of street food, as you do, because they're all street food vendors in there. Didn't think out of it, really enjoyed the food and everything else. And then yesterday, gets a call from my supplier of my bank to say your card's been cloned and they're trying to take money out of your account. So really disappointed with that, to be truthful. So it looks like it happened at this place at the weekend, which is really darn annoying. Morning, James. Good morning, James. Yeah, so not best pleased with that one. That some little scumbag has decided to clone my card. Right, that one is the one for the other laptop, so we'll put that to one side. So fortunately, they've done a test purchase of £9.71 in in JD Wetherspoons, which I thought were a clothing shop. Turns out it's a pub. I don't go in pubs, I don't drink. So fortunately, my card provider spotted it and stopped it, and then I just had to go through rigmarole talking to them. But yeah, they were on the ball with it. Yeah, cash is definitely king. I tend to pay a lot of stuff in cash because I prefer cash. Being a small business, I think we should keep cash alive. Which I'll explain in a minute why I think we should do that. But I was watching a very interesting thing with one of the YouTubers that I follow. I can't remember who it was. And cloning the card now, they do it live on stream. They get the guy to say, right, what I need you to do is tap and pay. So he taps and pays. The hacker or the person who's showing him how it proof of concept does on his computer, use his phone then, not the proper tap and pay one, and go, and it comes straight out of this guy's account for like $10 or whatever it is. He says, right, should we try a bigger amount, because $10 under the $50 limit generally, you don't need authorization. It's something to do with how public transport works, that you don't need authorization. You don't even have to unlock your phone for one of those. They were explaining only on Apple devices, and he said, let's do $10,000. Do you think it'll do it? And to the surprise, $10,000 went straight through without authentication. And it's 2 bits of data in the binary text which is sent, which they just move from a 0 to a 1. One of them is to say authorization has been received, which is normally a 0. They change it to a 1. And this other one says it's, I can't remember what it is, card holder present or whatever. He changed that to a 1. They changed both the binary bits to a 1 from a 0. And they explain it on. It's like, wow, how easy this. This flaw has been notified for about 6 years now, and they've still not patched the flaw. So if somebody is using that, you tap in with your card, and then they can tap without any authorization and take the money straight out. As easy as that. Whatever you've got in your bank, they can empty your bank. But there was another one where they obviously read it on a skimmer, where they read the signal on a skimmer, and they don't actually have to be that close nowadays. Before they had to be virtually touching. Now I think they've got to be within sort of 50 centimeters, which I know sounds close, but if you're stood in a crowded place, you might be within 50 centimeters to be able to read it. So, it's what it is. Sign of the times, isn't it? Whatever they do, they will be a thing. But yeah, cash is definitely king. I was reading something on the internet again. Good one for finding stuff out like that is the internet. That in the UK, something like 91% of the money you earn, so out of every pound, 91 pence goes in some way, shape or form tax, whether that's initial tax on your earnings, whether that's VAT on a purchase, whether that's another tax because your suppliers had to pay this and pay that and pay that and everything like that. And they reckon 91 pence is absorbed into the tax system from it, which is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Are these going to be long enough? They're going to be long enough. Right, so this screen here, if I can figure out which one is the new one, that is the new one. This screen here is cracked, but they are glued in. So they come, or you don't, you've got to buy them. You've got to glue them back in, and you use these things here. These are basic elasticated glue strips, as you can see. So we'll be putting one down one side, about here, one down the other side, sticking the screen in and doing that. But we just want to make sure that the computer has a picture and there's no issues with the screen before we do that. So we'll go back to that one. So yeah, the annoyance is now I've got the card. You've got to wait for another card to arrive through the post. But I would rather have that than oh no, it's a 40 pin and this is a 30 pin. I've ordered a 30 pin and they've sent me a 40 pin. Let me see which one. Not that one. And that one there. Let me have a look at the description. See description. 30 pin. Definitely ordered a 30 pin and they've sent me a 40 pin. Wonderful. So I've ordered 30. That is a 30. And if we look carefully under here, that is definitely a 40 pin. It's you can see just by offering it up. They've sent me the wrong one. Wonderful. The pain in the backside it is, I'll have to order another one, wait for that to arrive, and they've actually sent me the wrong screening completely. They've sent me an LP screen, LP156, that's why. And I've ordered an NT. So they've sent me the wrong screen completely. Brilliant, well done supplier. Is it maybe other one? No, the other one is a B screen, which is a high, it's a 144 hertz screen. That is a 30 pin, but so is the other one. B156 HAN, and it's a B156 HN into the laptop. They've simply sent me the wrong screen. That's darn annoying. So let me message them, and I'll have to take a picture. So bear me 1 second, gentle people. And I'll email them and go, you've sent me the wrong screen. And they'll go, oh, what the... I had an argument with this supplier once before, and they banned me because I were right, basically. And I left them shitty feedback. They sent me 2 broken screens, and then they sent me 2 missing screens. And you know when you've got customers sat waiting from chomping at bit, it's my reputation. And it just went through a period. And then there was a charge which they sent wrong and some other bits. And so I put bad feedback on. So they banned me and got the feedback removed. Well, what's the point in having a feedback system if they can just remove feedback and ban you? But the problem is they own about 6 or 7 different suppliers, all trading under different names, all coming from one factory, all coming from one supplier. So you can't avoid using them. So yeah, the annoyance is it's crap. Anyway, order no longer needed, found better price, doesn't fit, item dodge, missing part, I did that one, confirm. Right, so let's put something nice and just basically say you've sent wrong screen. Oh dear, how silly and unfortunate you are. Item description, take a screenshot of it, that one there, and then I can return the item. So I'll have to disappoint the customer and say return this item. And we'll need photographic proof. So that one, upload photo. Sorry guys, no quick way around this bit. And let's take another photo, take photo. And we need another photo, keep current selection. And take a photo of the one I need. There we go, and you're a nugget. Right, so I'm gonna have to order a screen for that one and let the customer know. Get ready to send back your item, wonderful. Right, so we'll put that one to one side. Can't do that. Yeah, the annoyance is I pride myself on getting stuff turned around quickly and efficiently. And anybody who's used me will vouch for that. I'm usually 1 or 2 business days to get stuff turned around. But you've got to rely on suppliers getting it right. And clearly, when they let you down, and they are buffoons, can't really do a great deal about it. So we'll put this one to one side, and we'll get to send that back. But it's the hassle now. I mean, having to take 45 minutes out of my day to go to the post office to do it. So that's what I find more annoying, is that. And if you put them feedback on saying they sent the wrong item, they ban you. They're like children. They ban you. So they know full well that you need them more than they need you, because they're in the driver's seat, and you just think, yeah, it's completely wrong. But hey. So we'll make a start on this one. This is a, yeah, they should have somebody checking it. Morning, Alan. Good morning, or good day from Australia. Well done. Well done. Hello, Alan. Sorry, not well done. Well done for being Australian, or being Australia or saying good morning. Don't know. Yeah, they should have somebody checking it, really. As I say, it was probably about 4 or 5 years ago when they did it with me. But it was a space of maybe 2 or 3 weeks. Now, some months I'll be ordering, I don't know, 15 to 20 screens. So it's more than average user. I mean, it's probably not as much as some businesses. But I don't know, if you say average cost of a screen is, let's say 50 quid, and you're ordering 20 screens, £1,000 a month. You know, they'd notice it if it were missing out of the bank, wouldn't they? But they just weren't bothered. And they wouldn't take the criticism on board, because I went through a big email process with them saying, look, you've sent this wrong, I need another one. They wouldn't do it until I returned that one. I said, but you're waiting 3 days for me to return it. You'll then send another one out. Well, you can buy another one. I said, why should I be out of pocket when it's your mistake? Trust me, I'll send it back. You send me another one and we'll do it. You can see that I order lots from you, but they just would not do it. Their approach to customer service was absolutely dire. Absolutely dire. But I'm having the same issue with Hobby RC down in wherever they are. Royal Mail saying they've delivered a screwdriver, one of these all singing all fancy screwdrivers like Uncle Sorin uses. Same one. The ES15S screwdriver. I ordered that back in March. They're saying it was delivered by Royal Mail. They've provided delivery tracking, which is 26 yards away from my house. So no idea where. I mean, that could be a field. It could be somebody else's house. It's not come to me, and I'm not going to knock on every door on the street. I've spoke to immediate neighbours. So the company's going, well, it's been delivered, basically. So I've tried to appeal to their better nature, and I said, look, I'll give you until 20th of April, which is 30 days after order, and I'll then put a chargeback request in to card issuer. You've not delivered it. So I didn't like the tone of the emails, and then you read some of their Trustpilot reviews, and other people have suffered the same issue of being treated like dirt, really. So I put that in one of the emails. I says, I think it's probably best that we just refund now rather than replacement. So they're now refusing that. So I've had to go to card issuer and say, here's all evidence, here's all proof that I have been contacting them, and so on. Right, am I going absolutely stupid here? Morning, Russ. Good morning, morning. I'm struggling to get an M.dot drive, and so I gave up. None about. Whereabouts? What country are you based in? I can't pronounce your name. Bad and RP. If you're in the UK, and you're not bothered about it being new, I'll send you one in the post. It's just that international postage is astronomical. I've got some used ones, and you're more than welcome to have one if you want one. But as I say, astronomical postage. Let me just go into, yeah, we are right screen. So, am I going a bit crazy here? Please tell me I'm not. You'll probably go, yeah, you're crazy. So that's the old screen, B156HAN. Okay. The new screen is B156HAN. Okay. Both B156HANs. Go back to the old screen, which is the top one. 40-pin adapter. Go to the new screen, 30-pin adapter. Oh, well, if you want an M2 drive, is it a 2280 you need? If you're not too far away, if you're only there, here in the UK, I have many. I've got them all over. Just have a look. I'm sure I've got a box with a load more in. I know I've got a box with a load more in. Another one there. Not that one, because they're adapters. There you go. So, as you can see, I have several. So, if you want one and you're struggling to get one, you're more than welcome to have one. And I can pop it in the post and post it down to you if you wish. As you can see, just a few. I have several. So I know how hard they are to come by. These are all used, by the way. I'm not. Don't do that. Yeah, the retro. They are different version numbers, but in their advert they were described as a 1340. So I'm wondering whether the B156 is for the other laptop, with being a 40, and that's a 30. So I'm gonna. How long have I been learning, Tommy? How long? Well, that's a good question. I've been in IT 30 years, and I've been repairing computers. But I try and put it in the terminology, I've been a fitter. So a bit like a mechanic compared to a fitter. So in the past, I've fitted screens, hard drives, keyboards, very basic diagnostics. So I've been learning more component level stuff. I flashed a few BIOSes and things like that. So tinkered on it a little bit, but never in depth. Started streaming in October of last year. So what's that now? 2 plus this, 6 months ago. And learned so much from the community. So it is a learning journey. Don't get it right all the time. Don't get it wrong all the time. It's usually from another perspective. But yeah, community is amazing. I mean, if you're looking, get rid of, I wouldn't mind one. Yeah, so drop me what size you need, e.g. whether it's that form factor or that form factor. Oh, not that one. So we've got 2 different sizes there, obviously. So let me know what length you need, and then let me know what key you need as well, because obviously they come in different flavours, as you can see. So let me know what key you need, and I will have a look at what I've got, and just drop me a message on Discord. I'm on JFix's Discord. I'm on Joey Does Tech's Discord. I'm on Uncle Soren's Discord. I'm on a few Discords. If you're in any of those, just look me up and you can drop me anything. I order from the same place, Retro, AJ Parts. They've got a lot of other companies, but yeah. Just 1 second. I think somebody's at that door. So that was somebody's walking on the front, and the dog goes, "Oh, there's somebody there, Dad. Let me just bark at him. It's a crisp packet from my CCTV. I'm gonna put my CCTV on this morning." That one. I've got my CCTV on so I can see what is pertaining outside. Oh. Yeah, so I order from the same place to do that. So just let me pull my Windows 10 one out, and got a Windows 11 test disk in here as well. I don't want to mix them up because I use them quite often. Is that it? Yeah, Windows 11 test. Put them 2 to one side, and I'll put all these back in the box. But yeah, if anybody ever needs anything they are struggling to get hold of. I'm not a charity, guys, but I don't mind helping out. What I wouldn't want to happen is, because this has happened with somebody else who subscribed to me, who asked for some bits, and he's then gone and flogged it on eBay. I weren't particularly happy, and I gave it out of goodwill. It was a gaming laptop, and 500 quid's worth. Well, it weren't. It was actually about £1,000 laptop. Gave it to him because he needed one, and one what I'd repaired, and then he sold it on eBay. And I only know because I was looking through for a broken laptop on eBay, and I saw it, and I messaged him, and I went, "That looks awfully like that. Are you based?" Oh, sorry, I'd got his address, so I knew where we were based, and I went, "That looks awfully like that one." Yeah, I've decided I don't want it, and I just thought, you know what? Lesson learned, innit? But we're not all created equally. But yeah, I'm not a charity, guys, but I do not mind helping where possible. So there we go. Newbie, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, shocking behaviour. We're not. Yeah, that's probably not all created equally. Let me go get the other screen. Because I'm one of these. I don't mind helping anybody. And regular viewers to my channel will know that I really don't mind doing that. So it's a little bit
PCDD, little shit,
to say the least. If you do go out your way to help people, I've had it with other things, with my customers coming as well, where you go out of the way to help them, and I don't think gratitude is the right word. They don't show gratitude, but yeah, they show a little. They show the character. Some people that they're just in it for themselves rather than appreciate that other people are trying to help them. But hey, it's one of them things. If you go through life not trying to help people, you sometimes have a sad existence. Oh, sugar, can't get that in. Oh, that'll be why. The little connector is all damaged on there. Right. So we might need a new display cable. Very interesting, Mr. Bond. That'll be why that's not going in. Might need a cable. That don't look healthy at all. No, that is definitely not going to go in there. Get that under the microscope. I think that is. Morning, Mike. Morning, cows. Where them? Morning, cows. That little connector there does not look healthy. Does that look sober to you? Because it looks a bit wobbly and drunk to me. I wonder if that's been. I mean, them pins at that side don't look particularly clever, and it's definitely not clamped down right. I mean, it might be all right if we can get it in the hole. Not going to go in. I think it might need a cable. Battery is disconnected, by the way, if you are wondering. Yeah, that's not going to go in there. So that one. Oh, not having much luck today. So we've got one wrong screen, and then we've got a screen we've got one what needs a cable now. You know when you just think, I'm having one of them days. I'm having one of them days. Right, let's get the first computer back out and have a look. So this might be a conversation with both customers now. Brilliant. A lot of this would be a lot easier if AJ Parts, who I've ordered them from, would actually send the right screens, what you order. Oh, I'll have to have a look, in fairness. I'll have to check it out, Retro, thank you. I might have one myself. I do keep a few, but not a great deal. It's for, let me have a look. Ooh. Microscope. I don't know which one on there will be part number. I tend to just search for them all until I find it. Can't remember make a laptop now. It's a gaming laptop because it's a 144Hz screen. It is. It's a wonderful day, Sweden. It is a glorious day outside. I am going to enjoy my stream and not let the the tortuous of ordering parts get me down. There's just no point sometimes. Just no point. It's what make a laptop is this? Put it back up there, Anna. I know it's a gaming one. It is a Nitro V15 N23Q22. That's the bad boy. That's the actual model. 7 amps of current. What? Get back onto that in a minute. I'll have a look. So let's see if this one will possibly work with that other 30-pin screen. Thank you very much, Retro. Much appreciated. And if you do have one, I will quite willingly pay you for it. Or if there's anything you need in return, I'm happy to do an exchange. Right, so 30-pin screen. 40-pin up there, so this should be the other 30. See if we get any further with this one. Oh, it's going to be really tight. Let's see if we can get this lined up something like. So if you are fitting screens, always make sure you've got the battery unplugged. Yeah. That one looks like it's going in. We'll just nudge it in with a pair of sharp tweezers. Click at that side. Click at that side. We should be located now. Pull the tape across to give it some tension. And then we'll pop this in the there, and we will see if we are any good. Pop that screen over there, find the base of the laptop. Assemble Johnny number 5. Stick him hinges under. We'll just clip the hinge down into place for 2 tickles. We'll get the other end EDB port plugged in. Display panel. I'm just going to take her drive out, mainly because I'll be shutting it down once I've got a picture, so just don't want to corrupt anything on her drive or their drive or his drive. Don't know if it's man or woman, can't remember on this one. We'll pop the battery back in and we'll see if we have picture. We'll go through a post screen. We have a little power light. We're just wanting a picture on there. If we get a picture on there, that'll be half the battle. We will keep an eye out. Yay, we have picture. There we go, flashed up quickly. Lenovo. It's still coming on. We should get a bit more of a screen in a tick. Another, ooh. Ooh. Oh, there you go. Default boost drive missing. That's fine. So close that down, pull that out. We'll try one of our Windows test disks, which is what I've just been showing. Same process, we'll just see if we can get a Windows test screen. So we're booting. Let's see if we get Windows. See if we get the picture. Oh, please do not power off while completing the update. Please don't do an update. You run on battery. I think we'll agree that we have a picture. So I think they've got the... because they've sent wrong parts, or they've sent the wrong part numbers to what I've ordered, but they've sent compatible ones. The other one I don't think fits. So we'll have a look through the box once I've fitted this one, see if I've got a spare whatchamacallit. There we go. So that one is working. We'll shut that down. That's just my test disk. We are off, power out, drive out, and EDP port out. So we can take that out, and then we can just glue the screen in with the little sticky pads. So again, if you've not fitted these before, pop the screen up. It is a bit of a tight fit, this one, because of where they've got the other cables coming in here. There's a couple of these elasticated things, and these do stretch, as we will see. And we want to probably position the top one first. I'm going to trim the bottom of that because it's just slightly too long. And where you want to position this is because this little tab here you would use to pull it out. I'll show you when we've got the screen. It's easier to kind of for me to show you then. So we need that little bit of tab slightly exposed to do that. Put some sharp blades in my knife the other day, which is all brilliant now. There we go. File that over there. Put that to one side. So we've got the adhesive pads in, so we'll pull the blue stripe off, which will reveal the glue, and then we'll stick the glue in. But what I do like to do is just make sure we've got a bit more tape on there. So I like using the double-sided thermal tape, what you stick heat sinks and things on with on certain components. I only really use this for sticking things like this down, and I only, which obviously heat sinks, unless you're doing something on something like a Raspberry Pi or something small form factor like that where they are stuck on. I just tend to use it for that, but I just put that over there and it'll stop it unwinding, and I'll leave the other side on to do that. So let's get some tweezers out. Pull these blue covers off. My tweezers have certainly seen better days, a bit like me. There we go. So we'll walk the hinges, walk the screen over the hinges, should I say. We'll try and align this at the top corner, and that top corner, drop it in, turn it round, pull the cable out, and gently, just gently, you only want it to tack at the sides because we've got them strips down there. So what I was on about those elasticated strips, if we look here, so what you would do to remove the screen, if you've not removed one of these and you're thinking that looks good, I'll try that myself, you would see this here. This is the end of the elasticated strip. So you would get that and you would simply grab it, pull it out a little bit, and then wind it round the tweezer. And as you wind, it would then start pulling the elasticated glue strip out, so you can get the screen out easily. So you've got one there, so we need to leave it exposed, and we've got one at the far side just there, as you can see. So they run from here all the way down at the back of the screen, gluing it in, and then disappear just down there. You can actually see it just poking out at the bottom of the screen. If we look down right at the very bottom, this is end at thing, but obviously you can't pull that side. You can see that's the elasticated glue strip on there, and there's one on the other side as well. So that is what you stick them in with. I have seen people everything from hot glue to doubling tape up on itself and doing it that way, which, yeah, is probably not the right way, because you've got to think, if I need to get it out, how the hell am I going to get it out? Bezel on next. Did this one come with glue? It came with a little bit of glue. Important when you're putting these bezels on, you just make sure there's no big lumps of adhesive. You can generally reuse the adhesive which is on there. So if you look, there's a bead of foamed glue around there. As long as you've not got any which is kind of doubled up like that piece there, you just pull it off. You'll get it on in one go, and the old stuff is generally okay if you've not got any. The issue, if you need to change the screen or take the screen out with this type of adhesive on, you'll generally destroy the screen to get it out. So if it's a screen out to do something else, like a camera swap or microphone or proximity sensor or light sensor or something like that, and you've got a load of this gunk and adhesive on, to try and get the bezel off, you will normally destroy the screen trying to get it off, because this just sticks like the proverbial to a blanket. It ain't good. So I think we're okay with that. We'll there's no big blobs on there now, so that should just give it enough tack.
Who's a good girl?
Only to hold
that?
a flimsy piece of plastic on, so we should be good on that. Yeah, Matt. Sorry, I have for Acer, but not the correct one. No problem. Thank you very much for looking. I'll have a look through my box in a minute. I do keep a few retro, so I might have one. If not, I'll have a go at trying to fit that one. Because as long as the cabling is not done and it's intact, it just might need to squash it together a little bit. Melissa Walton, hello. Maddie is about, if you are wondering. She's been sulking with me today. Come up, come and say hello. Up, sis, here, up. She's. We took her for a walk. What day are we on today? Wednesday. Took her for a walk Sunday. Lost a ball. Took her for a walk Monday. Lost a ball. Took her for a walk yesterday, and what did we do? We lost a ball. So we've lost a ball 3 days. Now neighbours must think there's a ball fairy because they keep landing in their gardens. Yeah, so she's sulking with it, man. She's been out for a walk this morning. I've ordered 2 new balls for her. Oh, it's up here, Dad. It's up here. That's my ball. Where's your ball? Yeah, it's up there, isn't it? It's up here, just in case you forget where it is. So I did take her out this morning, but she's sulking with me a little bit. Yeah. She's the real star. That's what people tune in for, is the dog. But still got to be careful with her, with her condition. Sit. Sit. Stand up. Speak. 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 Go on, take it to your bed. Yeah, still got to be careful with her with her condition, because she's still not 100% right with it. Let's see how this. This is the fuddy-duddy one, which has to feed through and round. And yeah, I remember this now. It was awkward. It went through. It kind of goes. Display cable enters here. This cable enters here and goes under this black clip and then comes back out. So it's like a restraining clip, but it was finicky as hell to get out. So I would imagine it's probably going to be equally as finicky to get back in. And do you know what? Gone in a lot easier than it came out. And then that needs to be fed through there without damaging it. I do remember thinking at the time, that's going to be a bit of a pain to reassemble. But do you know what? Easier than I thought it was going to be. And the black frame goes underneath the hinge. And the grey bezel will hook over the top. If I can open it up, enough to do. There we go. Yep. A little bit of pressure around edges just to secure a couple of clips. And once you've kind of got edges in, the rest will kind of just go into place. The difficult one to say to people how much you need on this, if you are doing this yourself, is just enough to clip it in, but not too much to break it. It's a really, unless you've done it, because I know some people watch the VODs and whatnot to see how to do things. It's a difficult one to kind of put into words, because you do put too much on and you will crack the screen. Don't put enough on and it won't push it down. Stick that over there, just give it a little bit of protection. That's that down. Bottom one don't want to be clipping in too much, but got the corners in. Bit of a damage on there. Looks like it's been dropped at some point. Oh, that's something else I've got to do. I've got to put my lights on my microscope. That bottom does not want to clip in. Again, what you sometimes find is these, some of them slide to locate, some just kind of clip into place, some the clips break when you do it, so you just can't do anything about it because they're just designed to be fitted once and not ever taken out, because manufacturers are good like that, as we all know. So they say, yeah, right to repair, but what we're going to do is get things designed in such a way so you can repair it, but you've got to replace it, not just repair it. Okay, so we'll get the screen attached. And down we have screen attached. These are the screws for this one. In my infinite wisdom, I have gone and got both sets of screws. Right. Headache away. Oh, you got headache? I spent 2 days in bed with a migraine. Sunday, and then I had a customer come in for some cyber security training Monday, and I said to him, I said, look, I know you've come this morning, I'm not going to cancel your appointment, but I suffer really bad migraines. So I doped myself up on a load of tablets, and I must have looked like a zombie. I do sympathise completely with you, because if it's anything like a migraine, they are horrendous. So looking at the hinge, if you're wondering, we've got 4 screw holes. If you're wondering which ones the screws go in, you would normally get a little arrow. Can you see the little arrow just there? And one on here. So this one needs 2 screws. So we'll find the screws which go in here, which hopefully will be these. This is just the hinge, so we'll get another one in that side also. And we'll move over to the other hinge and we'll rinse and repeat. So we've got another pointy arrow there, another pointy arrow there, so this is going to take 2, and then a third one just down there. So we'll put 3 in these. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting the screwdriver, which I was mentioning earlier, which I'm which hasn't been delivered by Hobby RC, which I am now doing a chargeback for. That was bought through donations. People's donations on stream, people's donations for membership, and things like that. So definitely not going to let it rest with them. I think the way they've handled it has been wrong, if I'm being honest, but we will see how they go. It's now with my card issuer. So we've got 3 screws in there. So that one there, and the other one will be for probably case screw. Again, make sure battery's disconnected when you're doing this, because you plug this in with the battery, you've got a good chance of damaging something. I'm doing this all backwards, bit like a cooking TV show. This, I'm doing everything backwards to show the audience. Can't get it in. Big fat fingers. I'm gonna have to spin it around. I've got the wrong orientation. There we go. And put it in its little clip. Fasten it down. I'll get the battery plugged in. Back onto here and just make sure we have another post. Morning, Ozzy. How the diddly devil are you? Has that package arrived, Ozzy? Oh, it's Mookie. My niece's iPad, not yours. Morning, Mookie. They looked well dodgy. It arrived though. I know what you mean about you saying it looked well dodgy. Is Ozzy, are you in hospital, Ozzy? You're not too good. Come on, focus. There you go. We having Lenovo badge flash up, but that's because in the air. Morning, slimy show. Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. There we go. We have picture on this one, so we'll just turn that off. And we'll just disconnect that and we'll get the customer's drive back in. Welcome one and all. If you are new to chat, thank you very much for popping in. If you're just lurking in the background, not a problem either. If you want to say hi, you're more than welcome to. It's got a nice little dent in that. Look at that. I don't know how that's happened. But big dent in that little cover, RF shield of some description. I don't know what's under there. Probably RAM, I would have thought. Seeing as there's no RAM slots, I would think that is going to be a RAM. Let's plug this in and we'll see if it's taking a charge. We'll get our little... I'm using the new software by MX Pro. Has done another release of his awesome power software, as we can see on the right hand side of the screen. And I did configure it this morning. Such an amazing job on this. He has really put a lot of time and effort into this. Really well done. Right, we're going to be using our emulator because it's a Lenovo. So as you know, with certain manufacturers, HP, Dell and Lenovo, we need to emulate the center pin to be able to get it to charge. So we're going to tell it it's a Lenovo. And then we're going to come down to Lenovo down here and we're going to say, we'll leave it on 240 watt and see if that'll work on there. And then that should emulate a thing. Now, I was looking through AliExpress because clearly I've got too much time in my hands. I paid about £90 for this to emulate that. It's a laptop detection cable tool or whatever by them. And I will tell you now, build quality is pretty poor. So I'm not going to say buy one because build quality is amazing. Buy one if you need one for emulating the charger. Brilliant. And it also does USB-C and things like that. It's got a power meter and whatnot on it. But there's one on AliExpress now. It's bright orange, £40, half the price of this. And it looks more or less, it looks like a rip-off of this. Don't know how good it is, but yeah, for 40 quid, I was thinking of buying a spare. You've had an heart attack, Ozzy? Wow. Well, I do sincerely mean it. I hope you're feeling better. I had one. It's come up to anniversary about 5 years ago now. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's. I don't know how old you are, Ozzy. I was quite. I was at an age where they they said it shouldn't really affect me too much, but because I'm quite fit and healthy. But it took me out at blue, and then another one last year. So and then I had a stroke in between as well. So they say it shouldn't affect me. So yeah, just I don't know if it's your first Aussie, but if it is, yeah, I hope you're doing well. But it affected me more up here because you kind of start putting a lot of things into realisation. Just let me grab my telephone, gents. PC Repairs, how can I help? Okay. Is it an email from a specific person or company? Okay. They probably just, yeah. Is it a business computer? Are you on a business network? Or is it? Okay. Unfortunately, the only thing you could do if you're using a mail client or using an online system like Gmail or Outlook or something like that, you can log into the website directly and then just simply set a message rule up and tag that sender as spam, and to automatically delete, and then it'll block them all. I think you can even block them, but that's the only thing you can do. I don't think it's probably related to the hardware issue of the laptop. It'll be them just being hackers and spammers, or whatever you want to call them, scum really. But I don't know if you could ask me for a tutorial, I couldn't give you it. But that's basically what you need to do. I know the premise, but I just don't. It's 20 years since I've probably done it. But yeah, just log into Outlook, e.g. the website Outlook, and then there should be something in there for account settings or tools or mail rules, something like that. Or if you just put a simple quick Google search on, the AI will probably tell you how to do it as well. But that you can then just block them, and then you'll never see an email ever again from them. No worries. Cheers and bye-bye now. Sorry, gents. You've had 30... Wow. 35 of them, crikey. That's... not eating much. Okay. I won't go into it too much on stream because, it can be a thing. But yeah, just please look after yourself. Life's a precious thing. We all kind of accept that it's just you're gonna wake up tomorrow, but I think sometimes it can just hit you hard when you just think, maybe I might not. I know the mental thing for me was the hardest. So guys, we are set on here. I can't use that one because that one doesn't actually work. Just remembering, it is my. I had a customer come in the office, nearly 4 cats. It is nearly 4 cats. They have an NHS clinic room for people recovering from heart attack at my YMCA. The thing is, though, there's a strong chance of recovery on a lot of these things nowadays. So yeah, should be good. Right, so we will see from the power meter. Oh, I just need to click live because YouTube is still lagging like you wouldn't believe. We are pulling 3.08 amperes. That's a lot of amps. 60 watts. Don't like that at all. That looked a bit strange, that current draw there. Did that current draw look a little bit strange? Disconnect battery. plug the power meter back in. Must have just been charge current. You've got a built-in defibrillator. Wow. He's like Iron Man. Just power it up. Oh, that's better. Yeah, it's going through power cycle now, as we can see. This software on the right hand side is the MX Power software, who has done an awesome job at this. He's done so many revisions of it now. It's absolutely brilliant, and I mean way in advance of the standard stuff you get from Ridden. Really is there. I was thinking from Iron Man. Yeah. Oh, we have picture, and it's loaded the Windows. Wonderful. Let me just shut that down and see if that is just. Let's just plug battery in now. Actually, battery. And we go back to all. Charge current's coming up. Pulling 2 amps of charge. Let's see if I can log into the Windows. Yeah. No password provided. Oh, it was on that piece of paper there. So let me just do that and do that. Right, that's not the password. Wonderful. Yeah, so no password, so I can't check this out. So we'll just take a picture of that and say it's working, but I can't log in to test it. But there we go. And we'll just go down to shut down. Can't show you this because it's got customer details on. Sorry, gentle people. No files on stream PCC. Don't need a shock anymore, like Andy. It's been a while since I. It's been a while since I've managed to set anything on fire, so we're good with that. Move these screws, and I'm going to change. I'm going to put the correct screws in. There for the laptop. Yeah, the last one was the desktop. If you all remember the desktop computer, which was a interesting one, should I say? I had to throw it through the window and caught fire on the driveway. And if you missed that stream, wow, you missed a stream and a half there. Did have one. I looked at one yesterday for somebody, and as I opened it up, the battery started smoking, and I instantly ran out the door and put it on the drive because I thought if that goes up, and I just left it for about half an hour, just keeping an eye on it through here, and fortunately it didn't ignite. So I tentatively, and I mean tentatively, because you take your life into your hands. If anybody's seen how quick these battery fires go. Went to it and disconnected the battery from the laptop because it was still plugged in. So I am getting to a point where I'm thinking, do I really want to be? Do I want to be repairing laptops with faulty batteries? Because I just think the liability is great. It's I don't know whether I want to kind of keep getting involved with it. It's a difficult one to judge, and I've mentioned it before on stream. But not just for my safety. Do you know when you do repair one and you put a battery in all good faith, and even if it's a genuine battery and something goes wrong, how do you live with yourself that, wow, that's hurt somebody, or even worse? Yeah, it's not something I want to kind of comprehend. But there's so many batteries in his lives nowadays, isn't it? It's difficult to not. That is one of them. Let me find the right screw for this. I think it's that one there. Yeah, it is. So, I am finally, actually, Ozzy, on about you being in hospital. I know it's not as bad as yours. I'm going for my X-rays tomorrow. So hopefully they're sending me for what they call a long leg X-ray. Don't know why they're doing that. And even the physiotherapist that I'm under doesn't know why they're doing that, because he measured my legs and he went, yeah, no, they're absolutely fine. I'm like, well, that's what they're sending me for. So yeah, got my X-rays tomorrow. Went out for a bike ride yesterday. Did a bit of cycling yesterday. Only a short one. Did about 20k. So nothing too vigorous yesterday. But first time I've been on the bike this year, I think. It's been packed away. Not at night. Not my normal night riding. But yeah, enjoyed it. Oh, you've hit nail on the head there, Ozzy. Let's have a look. Nearly had one last week on a laptop battery. Yeah, it's they're getting so problematic, the laptop batteries, because they're making them thinner and they're trying to hold more and more current in them. That it is making them quite difficult to work on and everything else. And when you consider, I don't know, 30 quid I might make on a battery fitting, do I really want to? Do I really want to do that with all that risk? And can you really quantify the risk in price? You say you had a long leg longer than the other. Do you used to walk in circles? Because that's what they usually do, don't they? They get you to a walking thing. I was reading something on it, and they would get people to do a walking test where they literally would get them to kind of walk in a straight line with a blindfold on, and if they walked in a circle, we have picture. If they walked in a circle, they would used to say, "Oh, one leg's longer than another," but humans will always walk in circles if they're blindfolded, which I didn't realise, but they do. For 20 quid. There we go. Drop your details to Sebastian. He will do. He will do that one. Right. So I think. Oh, I wish I could remember which now. Yeah, it is. That one's that. So let me just text this customer and say it is all done. What's his number? His number is that. Oops. That. Search. New text message. That. iPhone is horrendous now for sending text messages. Woohoo! Right, I'm just going to dictate this text message to Siri, and we will. Barking at a crisp packet again outside. We will get him to pick up, and yeah, I'll just be 2 ticks while I dictate. There we go, that's that one done. Just close this down. I might need to stick, I'm going to stick a bit of, look down here, there's quite a big gap. Stick a bit of a bit of tape down there for him, and see if we can close that gap up a little, because it doesn't look too pretty. We've got some thin tape we can stick down there. It might only need a little bit. These iPads are weird, just on chat. Yeah, I only use an iPad for my CCTV. Premier League badminton. Wow. I played badminton about 5-6 years ago against my nephew, who was extremely fit. And I thought, do you know what? I used to play badminton when I was younger. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. Oh, God, I was absolutely exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. I mean, I'm not a young man. I'll tell you that now. But yeah, mine really does have one leg shorter than the other. Well, that was a common thing, weren't it? With that was polio. Back, I won't say back in the day, but yeah, you know what I mean. This is going to be fun to try and get this in without damage or anything. So let's just stick a couple of these in just to lift it up and wedge it open. Was down in, if anybody is a follower of snooker, went to see the snooker at Sheffield on Saturday. Had a trip up north. No, that's Liverpool, isn't it? Trip up north to Sheffield, and ended up having a go on their little practice table, because I used to have a table in my old house, and I thought, I'll have a go on this. It shouldn't be too much hassle. You get 9 reds to break from, and they give you 90 seconds to see how many you can do. Free of charge. It's just a bit of fun. Everything else, you get a medal at the end of it for participating, which is always nice. And I managed to get 3 down, which was the joint top scorer of the day, I will say. But oh my God, I mean, I used to have a table in my old house, and I won't say play a lot of snooker, but with a table you do tend to play. So I thought, do you know what, I might get 4 or 5 down. I weren't expecting to get 3 down, but what I was not expecting was how fast the table was. And it's the first time I've ever played on a heated table as well. Never played on a heated table before, because mine wasn't heated, because I'm a pauper, or I was. Yeah, it did take me, wow, that's warm, sort of thing. Stick that on there, flat battery, that one is done. I have texted him to say it is ready. Is that his telephone number? No, that's his telephone number. That one's done. So let's have a look at this this other one now. See if I can figure out how we're going to get this on. Have a look at the broken. That's the good screen. You know, bits all over when you do this, and I'm not the tidiest of people, as anyone will vouch for. He has post-polio syndrome. The leg was wasted away. He's got older. It's a normal one. Shocking thing. Yeah, wasn't polio? Is that a disease, polio? It's not malnutrition one, is it? That's something else. Yeah, because you have an injection for that now. When you're a baby, or babies have injections for them, don't they? It's one of the ones they inoculate. No. Yeah, inoculate. Is that the right word? I think it is. Right, let's have a look at this. You can see it's come away there. The actual, ooh yeah. So this is the actual connector, this black piece here. But that side does not look very well. Yeah, claspers come away there. I think that's what probably stopping it coming in. That should be together. You can see the little one over there. Can't see chat whilst I'm doing this. Sorry, microscope's down and in the way. Surprisingly tough, that. So we can get that lifted slightly. Because that there's a little hole in there, the little dimple, pimple, whatever you want to call it, nipple there. And I think that hooks over there. I'm just trying to lift it up and see if I can clip that one underneath. Gosh, this is small. That's back in. Wow, never repaired one of them before. All the contacts look good on there. I mean, it's not particularly straight, but if we can get all the contacts in and meeting, we stand half a chance at getting it put back together. Sugar cubes. They used to put the vaccine on a sugar cube, didn't they, to entice children into having it. I can just lengthen of mine as prosthetic. I don't think I probably had it as an injection when I was young. I know they used to give it to school-age children, the arachnoid, and I think the sugar tube was for that. Don't they used to take LSD in the same manner, or was that just on paper? I mean, not for children, obviously. Thank you very much. There was a lady last summer sponsored the council to plant purple crocus, which came up here as a reminder. Is that what it was for? I went to a funeral and they gave off, they gave flower seeds for bluebells because her father, who had died, was a Sheffield Wednesday fan, and it was blue. So she said, please plant these, and every year that they come up, being bluebells, it'll remind you of my father. You got a pack of them to plant. So I'm thinking that we'll give that a little try in the screen. This might be a little bit hard to get on camera, but I will try my best. Just let me get rid of the power plug. Give myself a little bit more fighting room. I don't want to be doing this twice, so we'll get the new screen, which is that one there. Let me just compare these two. I'm just going to have a look at these actually before we do that, just in case it is the wrong socket. Not that one there. No, they look. I know they're both 40 pins, so it weren't so much the pin. I was looking at the actual bracket itself, because some of them, even though they're 40 pin, are slightly different shaped here, so you can't get the, you know, these aren't all universal. A 40 pin of one might not fit a 40 pin of another. They're pretty common, but there are some exceptions to that where they're different fitting still to do. But they look okay. So the new screen is on the bottom, which is this one here, what I'm leaving in situ. So let's see if we can get this arranged in a manner to say we can get it on camera. Close them down, get this over here. Put some post-it notes just to lift the screen a little. There we go. Just brought it kind of level, so I'm not beneath the level of the actual screen. I don't want to push on it though, because I'll damage the LCD. There you go. Normally these would just go straight in, but with it being, oh come on you beauty, screen sliding because it's on tweezers. Normally they're a lot easier to one side in. No, come on you darn thing, they didn't want to clip in and out. This is not going easy. So we can get that side in first. Normally these just kind of push in, but because the adapters, the cable plug is damaged, I mean there's no guarantees even after I've got it in, it'll align properly and work. But normally you can just kind of get both sides in like so, and we are in. Job's a good un. Make sure that's down just to close it off and hold it in place. That'll be a result if that works. Save the customer having to buy a new cable. Flip that over. Move the support little thingy bobs. And let's get the base. So we'll just offer it into its shell and move the hinges. One hinge moved, two hinges moved. Sit that in there. It's only just so we can test the screen. Get this down. We might give this a clean as well while we're at it. And we'll see if we get a picture. Job's a fish. And that's what I was going to say, but I thought people might think I'm being a bit weird if I say job's a fish. I was going to say exactly the same. Somebody I used to work with used to say it, and I'd never heard it. And I went, what are you saying? He went, job's a fish. I said, what's that mean? He went, we've done a good job. I went, I've never heard that. And I thought he'd made it up. And I'll occasionally say job's a fish. But I thought it was something he'd made up. I don't know if anybody else heard of it. Look at this, we've got fluff. There we go. We've got some little fluffy monsters. Like eyebrows, aren't they? But on my head, it could be like hair. Look like hair from a distance. Not like I've got hair now. Don't feel like it. I'm now itching. Yeah, I really shouldn't have done that now. Ugh, itching. I will tell you a story that I new to me. Is it? Oh, there we go. Never heard that one. Jobs of fish. I don't know whether I've said it then, arachnoid. Is that where you've picked it up from, or have you heard it before? I don't know. But yeah, jobs of fish. I do occasionally say it. You've heard it. Oh, that's all right, Alan. Oh, not heard of it. Oh, right. Okay, that's it. I did a machine last week. I can't remember whether I did it on stream. I was itching like mad, and I think I did it Friday. I woke up Sunday morning. I've got 3. I've cut my hair, but I've got 3 massive bites all over here and some on my chin here. So I have no idea what it was. And I mean, I don't know, but there was clearly something which had jumped out and started attacking me. But yeah, around here and on my face here, these bites. Things we do for work. Go on then, I'll set a trend off and we'll start using Jobs of Fish as an official thing. As an official PCDD repair thing. We need a power supply to see if we've got any power in here. I think it'll be the standard plug. Yeah, and my telephone now ringing now. I would like to think we get a picture with this, but I don't know. So let's plug that in. Have we got any current? Oh, we've not got any current draw at that. Might need to change the adapter. See if we get any picture. When I press power. No, need to change plug. Right, let me see, because that one is clearly not the right one. It will be. It will be. Will be. Don't know which one this might be. Some of these Aces do, Nitros do throw me a little bit, because the one which it should be doesn't necessarily always fit. So should it be that one? We are on, aren't we? Yeah, we are on. I know. I'm itching now. Put that fluff on my head. There we go. We have current. So it was that one. Right, we're going to see if we get a picture. Hey guys, look at that. That's not a screen print. That is a picture. I was going to do that because I think it's got customers driving. So it looks like mosquitoes, if you're in Australia, eat you alive. Yeah, can't believe it. Which bit can't you believe, James? That I've managed to repair a computer. Your kids get attacked. They, I'm just going to turn this off. Shut down. Oh God, I'm itching like hell. We have picture. We do have picture. We have the famous picture. I am just so happy that we've managed to repair that cable. And thank you, AJ Parts, for sending the wrong parts to the wrong part numbers. And it got really confusing because the BJ was actually for the N156 and the N156 was for the BJ. But hey, who knows? Who cares? As Tony would say, who cares? We do have a picture. So we're going to disconnect that back again. And we'll rinse and repeat on that one. Then we can get onto these desktop computers. We need to put the sticky pads on like we did before. One thing I will do is reinforce that straight away though, because I don't want that to have any issues with that coming out. So be very careful with that. Take that out there. My phone's ringing. So we will get this taped down. I want to put that over there. We'll get some of this really nice. What I do like about this, it is really sticky. It doesn't lose its stickiness when it gets warm, because these panels can generate, I'm saying mega heat, but they do generate constant heat because obviously there's lights in them. So I like it because it stays sticky and it's designed for things getting wham. So that's just to stop it pulling too much out with that. So we stuck it down to there. We'll lift it back off and we'll give it a little bit of tension. So we've got it on the clear plastic bit now. We'll pull it up, give it some tension, and then stick it back down. And what that'll do is just hold the whatchamacallit in place. Get the plastic things on. Like a dodgy repair. Jobs of fish sometimes referred to as a badge. Oh! I didn't realise that, Nick. You warned me about AJ Parts. Yeah, I did, James. I warned you about AJ Parts before. I think when you were ordering a screen. The unfortunate thing is, I order quite a lot through eBay now. I used to order directly and I order through eBay because eBay gives you better protection than ordering directly from them. But if you look on there, about 6 or 7 of the so-called other suppliers of screens actually are all AJ Parts. They just have different names and brands on there. I need to work on some memorable quotes. I do. I mean, I'm a little ship, but I mean, that's an Andy quote, isn't it? That's an Andy quote, which was it was my first meme, exclamation ship. My first one that I ever got from Andy. So, and James has got, I've got a little tiny one. I do need to work on some memorable quotes. Yeah. And we've got, Joey's got a few, hasn't he? Which is, health is wealth, and I was something about your face and something like that. I can't remember now. Obviously, the great Uncle Soren's got numerous ones. The Windows, and we have picture, and what do you think to that? And a great laptop, and in PCDD, amazing. He just comes out with them all. He did give me a shout out on Sunday morning stream yet again. I asked him about his dog. Lord of Glove, that's the one. Yeah, Soren is the quote master. He is. He just got so many. So we're going to rinse and repeat with these gents. We're going to put this right up here so we can dig it out and pull it out. And again, I'll show you what I'm doing in case you've not done this before or thinking of doing it yourself. You can buy these strips. These strips have gone up in a price quite considerably. These strips I used to buy a pack of 12, for example, because you use 2 per laptop, for about £4, £4 or £5. These last ones I bought was about £15. Could not believe it. How much they had gone up in cost. And don't do like I do, which is sticking onto the wrong bit. I'm going to have to cut that little section out. So what I did there, by mistake, but it's not a massive issue, is I've gone and let me zoom out so we can see it a little bit easier and focus. It's stuck, so all I'll do, I will cheat. I will cut that piece out there, which means you won't be able to get it out fully, but we'll be able to get it out some of the way. So we'll cut that piece out of there. It won't pull out fully, but it'll come out most of the way. There we go. There we go. It's out. So we have got a gap in that one, but it'll still come out most of the way when we take the screen out, if we ever need to do it. How much? I know. Tell me about it. How much? How much? I was looking at a bed. Strange of all things. I was looking at a bed. I want a new bed. How hard is it to buy a bed? I mean, you'd think, oh yeah, I can buy a bed. No. Went to a bed shop. Of course, that's where you buy beds from. But if you want a fridge, don't go to Selfridges because they don't sell them. Anyway, went to a bed shop to look at a bed. And if I want to spend 300 quid on a bed, you can. But it's like sleeping on a pallet. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Did not like it at all. So they just don't sell quality beds. I know what type I would like, which is going to be nice and comfortable, because I think sleeping is such an important thing that you spend a third of your day sleep. Why not make it as comfortable as you possibly can and as relaxing as you possibly can? So I'm a big believer in getting a good bed. So I thought I'll use a company I used before. So I looked on their website. So I spec'd this bed up and everything else. and £2,500 on a bed. I'm like, what? I'd buy a kidney for that on Tor Black Market. £2,500. I couldn't believe it. That wasn't even a dear one. That was the budget range. I'm like, can I go to Lidl and buy one from Centre Isle or something like that? I mean, they'd make a killing. That's what we need is Centre Isle beds. But yeah, £2,500. I mean, for that, you'd want somebody to tuck you in every night, wouldn't you? Or or something similar. I don't know, but yeah. I'm just going to check to see if we've got picture, because with screens being so finicky, I just want to make sure we have picture at every opportunity before I do actually do what we do have picture. Yeah. So we'll get this closed. We have picture and shut down and shut down again. Come on, lights, turn off. So then you go through the thing of, what can I really buy for? You know, what's my dream bed? Do you know, if I had no budget at all? So you go down that route then, don't you? You can spend over £100,000 on a bed. I'd want an house to put it in for that. Lidl will be selling home solar kits shortly. £500 is for 800 watts. I wonder what that comprises of, because obviously that's panels and an inverter. But you wouldn't think batteries would be included in that, would you? But would you really want to trust a solar kit from them? I mean, who's going to fit it? You can't exactly. Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to fit my own. Let's put it like that. I mean, I'm a bit iffy if I buy meat from Lidl. I'm one of them. Are we sure it's safe? Sort of scenario. I shop it every day in Lidl and Aldi, in fairness. I am not a brand snob at all. I made a beautiful meal last night. I had did a mozzarella and tomato salad with some homemade pesto, and did that, and then on the side of it, still on the same plate, did a orange salad. So basically segmented all the oranges, put them on with the salad, and had it with that, and then a couple of new potatoes for a bit of carbs. Can't go wrong with a bit of carbs. And it was really nice, really nice. I mean, followed by a pack of digestives and a bar of chocolate, but yeah, everything else was nice. There might be a little explosion. Yeah. Well, there was a thing several years ago where supermarkets wanted to start selling cars. And the way the motor manufacturers in the UK, whether this worked for abroad, would stop them doing it is because I think it was something called block exemption, which got quashed. So it meant that they couldn't actually refuse to supply anybody. So the way the manufacturers did it was they said, yeah, we'll supply your cars, but instead of giving you 15% margin, which is normally the case somewhere between sort of 10 and 20% for most motor manufacturers. That's the margin what dealerships work on. We'll break it down into two segments. So we'll give you so much metal profit, so much margin, so much profit in the actual car itself. So let's say you're working on a 10% total profit margin. We'll give you 4% profit margin in the car, and we'll give you 6% for what they call dealer standards or requirements, what you've got to do. And that requirements might be you send all your staff on training courses. It might be because you have a certain type of showroom or computists and things like this. So it was a bit like a rider you would get from pop stars. You know, I only want green M&Ms sort of idea. So it stopped people like Tesco's and Asda or whoever wanted to do it, buying brand new cars and selling them at a discounted price. That was the premise behind it. But it got a little bit crazy, and I think it was Audi used to have one called 5 Lemons, and one of their dealer standards were that you had to, I don't know how true this is, but I believe it was true, was if you owned an Audi dealership, you must have a fruit bowl in the showroom, and it must have fruit in it for customers to eat, but because they thought it added vibrance and life to the premises, you had to have 5 lemons in it. And if you didn't have these 5 lemons, they could retain 0.5% of your quarterly dealer standard bonus. So if you think, let's say a medium-sized Audi dealer will be turning over, let's say a registration quarter, might be £2 million in a quarter on there. If they're retaining 0.5% of the actual retained profit, it were big numbers for not having 5 lemons. But it was all designed for stopping people like Tesco being able to sell cars. I can't remember why I started that conversation, but that quite often happens. I start conversations and I can't remember where it's going, and I'm divulging onto other stuff. Gets a lot more complicated when you're looking at volume franchises. I did 20 years working in the motor industry, so I have quite a bit of experience working in there as well. A lot of them work off what they call back-end volume bonuses as well. So they only get it if they sell so many units, a certain amount of percentage will kick back in. So certainly your volume brands like Ford and Vauxhall, they'll probably give the full upfront margin away. Let's say they have 10% upfront, you'll get 10% discount like that. And then they'll probably give you another 2 or 3% discount, because what they're hoping for is that A, they'll meet all the standards, but B, they'll hit their overall bigger target, which they get paid once a quarter, and that'll be how they operate on a quarterly basis. And this is why motor industry is on its backside, is because motor dealerships can't earn enough money because consumers want the best possible price, and other manufacturers other dealerships are cutting all the profit out of them. So little sub dealers can't do it. And some of the big dealers, where they can put all the registrations into one branch and hit their global or their parent business target to trigger the big money, put some of these smaller businesses at such a disadvantage. But again, I can't remember why I went off on that one. Oh, dear me. Same thing, you know, those sort of UK rigs out for them. It's plug-in type. The government are clearing through. Portable. If something goes wrong, there might be a little explosion. Well, you know how solar power works on houses. It's a bit like charging a battery in a laptop. If it's a 15-volt battery, you put 16 volts into it, so you're actually pushing more electricity into it. Well, the UK or the National Grid has actually applied to drop the power in the UK. Actually, here's a question for you. What's the power in the UK? What voltage do we work on in the UK? Because I always thought it was 240 volts, but it's not. We don't work on 240 volts. We work on 220. There is a tolerance on there, 230, 220. I think the official figure is. We work on a tolerance. Again, I'm only relaying what I've seen on videos and read online, so I might not be 100% accurate. So please tell me if I'm not. But this is how it was. So they've applied to reduce it again from 220. It might be 230 plus or minus 10, from 220 down to 240. I thought it was 240 because it was 240. I believe we're on 220 plus or minus 10%, and they're looking to drop it to 210. And this is a lot to do with the solar panels, they were saying, because the amount of current, the amount of overvolting they need to do is actually damaging the network. So they're thinking if they can drop it, the overall cost of transporting the electricity through the cables is better, apparently. And it's easier for solar to come back on the network. Is it 230 then? Yeah. But I mean, you look at that, and there's 3 different figures there. I thought 220, someone thought 230, and someone 230. You generally don't think about it, do you? It's like States. Is that 120, 110? They have different figures all around the world. Oh, guys, why have you let me put back on? Why the hell have you let me put back on? Can't believe you've let me do that. Just wanted to see if I could screw it in, didn't you? But yeah, they were saying that solar. I had solar on my house. Crikey, be 20 odd years ago. First solar panels I had on my house. It was a company called A Shade Greener, and I will tell you now, they were the best company I'd ever interacted with. Their customer service was amazing, and everything about them was brilliant. Electric charger trip if they have 250 volt supply, which means cause local feeding from. Ah, right, got you. So it's like an overvolt protection. What? Come on off. Overvolt on there. And that little. So open this up. Right, now we know it all goes together. We'll put battery in this time. Just pretending you didn't see that. Train professional, guy. Train professional. I go that way? Yep, it does. Now we can put back on. Yeah, I had it. I was in my last house. I've been here 2 years. My last house 17, and I had them fitted a couple of years before I left. So about 20 years ago, I had them, and the agreement was they fitted them free of charge. You could use as much electricity as you wanted, but anything you didn't use, they fed back into the network, and they got paid for. And it was a win-win for me because I could use as much electricity as I wanted during the day, because obviously you don't get solar at night. And at the time there wasn't any real way of storing it anyway, or cost-effective way. But they got the payment from the feed-in tariff. Didn't really bother me because I thought, well, I'm getting them for free. I've got no initial outlay, and I'm getting free electricity. And I think in summer it was about 10 quid a month or 15 quid a month for my electric bill. It was just crazily cheap. You know, so you'd put all the electrical appliances on, like the washing machine and everything during the day. But they rented the roof space, not the roof. They rented the roof space for 25 years. And that was part of the contract that you had to have, which was they would rent the roof space. Let's see if we get a picture. There we go. We've got picture. I'll just make sure it's charging as well. To do that, but I don't think they're particularly operating anymore. I did try and get them on my last house, and I've tried to get them on this one as well, but nobody's doing the free ones. But I just don't know how cost effective it is to get done. Oh, never even thought about the frequency from 50 hertz. I would have thought the inverter would have took care of all that, Arachnoid. Same here with the house we move into. They were already fitted, and as you say, during the summer it's crazy low. Yeah, same agreement. It's rented till 2035. Yeah, I mean mine on that house I did own then will be coming to an end, but they maintained them as well for 25 years as well, and that's the only reason I know is because I had a cracked tile because it was leaking, and I rang them. And I said, oh, water's coming in my house. I think you've cracked one of my tiles. All right, we'll get that sorted. Within about 2 hours, there were roofers there changing all these tiles for me. No charge to me. And I'm like, that's just amazing. And they've come out annually and check it and everything else. It used to phone home. We have picture. It used to phone home and do that. So it was really good. But I know modern houses have... come on, go off. So leave that on charge a couple of seconds. Modern houses are built with some solar and also heat pump. But I've been told that these heat pumps aren't what they're cracked up to. I did a job for a plumber, and we was on about it with him, and he says they're electrically run. So if your heating needs to go to a minimum amount, it basically needs to use electricity. So what you save on gas, you kind of spend on electricity. I don't really know anything other than that, so I'm not professing to know that. But I know most of the new ones are built like that. Just let me text this customer, because this is another one done. Click that there and type her telephone number in. There we go. Just put you on mute while I dictate this, guys. Right, so that one's text as well. So that one's another one done. Nice laptop, that one. I don't usually like working on Nitros, because they have a lot of known issues. Put that there. Now that one goes up there. Them two are done. Down to desktops next. That box out of the way. I didn't tell you what network job I went to this morning. Network job I went to this morning. They have IP phones and computers, and basically you link your IP phone to the Ethernet on the wall, RJ45 on the wall, into the phone, out the phone, into the desktop, and somebody decided to take the one out of the output from the phone back into the next wall socket, and it was causing an IP conflict, and it was just kind of resetting the DNS, and causing some other bits and bobs. I tracked it down, unplugged it, sorted it. That's why I weren't there very long. I have seen that before. I don't like it, does it? I don't understand it fully, why it does it. It just did it. So I did it. Right, so that screen can go in D-bin as well, because both of those are done. And tidy that and put that in there. We can get on to the next job. Unplug. Turn my power supply off, because I don't need that switched on. Off. Expensive to run if not installed correctly. That could have been what it was then, Arachnoid. He was saying that he had a woman, and she was spending an absolute fortune on electricity just trying to keep it running, which is most instances. Yeah, they're brilliant if you have a latest build insulation. Today's electric prices are not as cheap as running gas. Yeah, although gas is less efficient per unit, it's more cost effective. But all the tradesmen have told me, if I'm an old house, not to touch them with a barge pole. All right. Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of, like Arachnoid just said, there's a lot of fly-by-night or not capable installers. Daughter is after a PC for her birthday, so got to take a look out for one. Ooh, what sort of thing is it after? Is she after something or singing or dancing? Or are you just after something functional? I do have a selection of parts if you just after things which are functional, CPUs and motherboards. If any of it is any use to you, Right, we are going to do this one. Oh, ha ha ha. The small form factor one is the new one. Is the next one, should I say? Yeah, wife does stand in way of things like that quite often, don't they? I think I've got a really good idea. Yeah, you have my old one, which is 10 years old, which is an amazing machine, and I'll have a new one. But yeah. Ooh, does that clip off? Does that come off any way, shape or form? How does that come off? No, that's going to stay on there. So, what? I need to turn that. It's quite heavy. This probably weighs, I don't know, 8 kilos, 9 kilos, something like that. So even though it's quite small, it's an SFF. It's can't say anything. It's dense, a bit like me. On this. So the customer is complaining that, trying to see where, I'll be M2 drive, I'm going to M2 drive out and put mine in, that it's overheating. So let's take out his boot, which I'm hoping is this thing here. I built one of these once and they're horrible things to build. They're so... well, that's really good, isn't it? Whoever's built this has left the plastic cover on the drive. Not that it'll make much difference with a Gen 3 drive, but if it's there, take it off and use it. I wonder if they've done the same thing with with the cooler. Overheating. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying it's overheating, over 100 degrees on CPU, but GPU's fine. GPU looks to be an AMD GPU. So, oh wait there, we've got a little, that does come off. There you go, that does come off. Thankfully it did come off. Will the side come off as well? Yeah. Go. Nice case, very nice case. So as you can see, you've got triple fan GPU. It is really dense and heavy. It's really nice quality stuff in here. Build wise, it's like picking a lump of concrete up. Can't see any big issues apart from there's just not a lot of space for it. CPU thermal insulation, yeah. It looks so compact to have air moving around in there. Yeah, well, it says it's been running fine and it's only just started, but I don't know. We'll put my test disk of Windows 11. Since I've got Windows 11 in my hand, we'll put my Windows 11 disk in. We'll get it posted up to OBS, and we'll see if there's anything on screen. Let me just grab a M2 screw to stick in that little hole. There's not one with it. There you go. I'll just hold it down a tad. Let's see if we can get this on OBS. HDMI. Keeling out the keyboard. HDMI goes in there like so. More than enough for Roblox. Oh, wait, Ryzen 9 X12 core. When you drop me a message about the M2, just remind me, and I'll have a look, see what boards and whatnot I've got, and if I've got anything which is suitable, rather than it going to landfill, we will get it your way. I still can't get my. If anybody knows, I don't know if this because there's some clever people out here. If anybody knows how to use. I'm trying to get, don't know that big. I'm trying to get my sub goal showing on here. So it's a sub goal here. And it says 21 out of 1,000. That is how it tells me to do it on the internet. But that says I've only got 21 subs, and I've got 900 and something. But I want a countdown sub thing on here. And can I figure it out? Can I help? If anybody knows how to do it, please let me know, because I ain't got a clue. I spent 2 hours the other day, and that's what I came up with, which clearly is wrong. I also asked it to do things at the top of my page as well, which is up here, which should tell me my last subscriber, and that's clearly not working because we've had several subscribers on this stream alone, and it's not showing them up. And these should be the most recent 10 subscribers, and it's not showing them either. So for whatever reason, it's not showing. So I do apologise if you are subscribing. For whatever reason, it's not showing me. It's showing it in total number, because I'm chasing that magic 4 digits, which would be wonderful. But yeah, let's get that in. With pink RGB, yeah, and to get my credit score better, so I can get a new one. It's pulling the data from. Yeah, I've looked at Arachnoid, and you set it up in Streamlabs. And you use something called Stream Labels, and you basically just tick the box and say, all I want to do is have a countdown to me total subscribers, and then it says how many do you want it out of. That one I've put 1,000, so it should say sub goal and then the number. If I just pull, I can't show you it because it's got the URL and you're not allowed to share it, but it basically will show you that. And then it should you type whatever you want the word in on this one, sub goal. You type your final number in, which is 1,000, and then that 21 should be generated from the amount of subscribers on my channel, which is 935. But it's not pulling it through. And then all you do, you put it as a source on OBS, but it's just not working. Just not working at all. But OBS for me just never seems to work. It is, and I watched about 6 or 7 videos on it, followed it through several times, and I thought it might just work when I start using OBS. And this is the first stream I've done since setting it up, but it's clearly not worked. Let's give this some power. On and off button? On and off button down there. Right, if we get a picture, we should get it in bottom right hand corner. Worryingly, we've got no fan spin. Ah, we have picture. Right, we do have picture, which is good. Right, let's... Why isn't the mouse working? The mouse should be working. Let me try a different USB port. There we go, mouse is now working. Right, so I'm just going to get rid of my face, so at least we can see what we're looking at. And we will get rid of power supply as well. So, I'm going to lean over here and see what's what. Mouse is working, so let's bring temps up to start with. There won't be any system board drivers in here, but this should just give us an idea on. Oh, that's wrong one. Don't want that. I want that one. Clicked on the wrong one. Display properties. Can I turn resolution up on here? I hate Windows 11. It's just pants. I can never find anything. I am going to dread the day that I have to go to Windows 11. Display settings. How do you just turn multiple to scale? Here we go, 150%. At least I can read it now. I'm half blind. Right, so we have 65 degrees. The fan is not spinning. Try resetting BIOS to defaults. May have changed fan speeds of RAM. Yeah. Well, I'll run heavy load and just see if it is peaking at over 100, like he was saying. So we're not going to run CPU. We're not going to run GPU. We're just run the CPU. Fan's still not spinning. $5600X. Fan is still not spinning. So not to a cooler. There is no fan spin on anything so far. Just to show you. It's not like it's even trying. It is quite stiff, that fan, but get back to that one. 75 degrees. Are we thinking his fan don't work? It's unusual for a Noctua fan to fail. 79. 80. Now, let's see if we can get into the BIOS, because that does look a tad toasty. Leave it plugged in. Oh, that's what I'm thinking. No, it's definitely plugged in. Plugged in right down here. There. So it's tip plugged in. Let's just see if we get any voltage on pins for the fan. You might not see this on screen because I ain't got it connected up yet, but trust me, I'll tell you if we get any voltage. One in there. I've got 8 volts on the fan. And we've got 10.2 on other. Yeah. So we've got voltage on fan. That fan should be spinning. I think his fan's gone. Yeah, power supply fan should be. Yeah, power supply fan might not be running as much, depending how much load it's getting, because that'll be in. You see that? It just tried to move just then. Can you see? I think his fan is gone. Trying to get going. So we're going to shut that down when it decides it wants to shut down. And we will unplug that and we'll take his cooler off and see why everything else it's doing. So I think the voltage is on. Yeah, well, we've got voltage to it, so it should. You would think it should be working. I'm going to take that just while the computer's deciding to do what it's doing. We'll take the. I'm going to put my screwdriver. There it is. There you go. We have crash. Turn that off at wall. Leave it plugged in. Drain the current. Leave it plugged in for earthing reasons. At least we're grounded. We're not going to give it a nasty shock. So I wonder whether his fan has gone. And take his cooler off. How the hell does this cooler come? Oh, you're joking. That's definitely toasty. I think Anybody took one of these coolers off before? Because I certainly have not. Not this model, or I might have done one years ago. I've not taken one off recently. There's a screw down here. I'm just wondering whether we're going to do that screw and whether it flops out like a yeah, like I don't think it's from the rear, if I'm being honest, because there is screws. I can see screws. Ah, no, it is from the rear, so it's bored out. Oh no. Let's investigate his fan first then. Let's investigate the fan issue and see if we can clean his fan up, because it does feel quite stiff. So if his fan is the issue, we might be able to just clean it up with some cleaner. Electrical cleaner is hiding under here. Yeah, I'm just saying I could see them from the top, but from the when you look, they're actually encapsulated on that side, so they are from the underneath. Give that a nice fill up with some electrical cleaner. Wonderful stuff, this. Cheap as anything and works amazing. Might as well give them a wipe over whilst I'm here. I had an experiment with AI on Saturday, can't remember what day it was, one of the days. I don't use AI, and I thought I'd get it to write me a song. How clever is AI? I got ChatGPT to write me a set of lyrics, and then I just Googled something else and it took me to a website, and you put the lyrics in there, tell it what genre you want, and it writes a song. And I'm like, that's brilliant. And then it sings it to you. I'm like, I'm a pop star. I mean, it was a terrible song, I will say. But yeah, I just thought, how good was that? I don't know whether I'll be able to get to the bearing. They're normally sealed in there. I did that yesterday. Suno, that was it. Suno. That's exactly the one I did, which was Suno. It was top one on Google. That's the only reason I went to it. I used. God, that's a bit tight. I used ChatGPT, as I say, to do the lyrics, I think I did it yesterday. Actually, it was yesterday I did it, not Sunday. I've lost track of days this week. There's my PA down there. Just to loosen that glue up a little. Come on, there we go. That's why you can't put any any oil in bearing. Can't get to bearings. They're brilliant for that, aren't they? Thanks not to her. There's several AI songs in the charts, is there? Do you reckon it'll get to a point a bit like, you know, the gender thing where they go, you can't have gender transition, male, female racing in or competing in non-birth sport or whatever they're doing. I don't know how they're terming it, but that more or less. Do you think they'll do it with AI as well, saying you can't have AI music competing against real life people in the charts? Yeah, Zola. I was talking to a computer engineer the other day, and he uses AI for majority of his programming now. To the fact that their team, which was 20 programmers, there's 4 of them now, and all the programmers now do is check AI's programming. They get AI to write all the software, all the program, that's not going to stick back down. All this software and everything else, and the program was just basically check AI's work. So a bit more like a headmaster sort of scenario rather than anything else. I've made one for my streaming intro. I haven't got a clue how to do streaming intros. I've got like countdown time, but I would love I like James's JFixes. I think that's brilliant. And every time I watch it, I go, oh, that's brilliant, that, because it sends my eyes funny. If nobody's seen JFixes, just log on to James's channel and have a look. But I'm just not very good at stuff like that at all. At all. As you can see from my poor attempts at using OBS. Right, shall we give this a little bit of voltage and see if we can get it working? Oh, let's see if we can get it spinning. So I would imagine it is a 12 volt DC. So it's 12 volt. The Iranian Lego moves are made with AI. Are they? Yours does, James. Honestly, yours sends my eyes funny. Every time I watch it, you know, with the, cause you kind of have it going down as, and I think that's purposely you've designed it to be catchy. It goes down like a tunnel and it spins and then judges back or something. And every time I watch it, I go, oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant how it does it. It's and if guys, if you don't know what I'm on about, I'm sure you do because you all know who James is. But his intro is awesome. Please check it out. You can find James's intro on JFix as YouTube channel. Sorry, I was trying to concentrate on this, and you know I'm like, I can't do two things at once. Just trying to get this held down a little. So we will get 12 volts rigged up to the power supply. Fixed press is good for fixed press. Let me take a thing of that. Thank you very much for letting me know that one. I didn't know that. Is it free as well? Tell AI to fix OBS for you. Yeah. I wonder if I told AI this fan weren't working. And bring my power meter online. Oh, it's free. Oh, wonderful. I will be giving that a shot. I will certainly be giving that a shot. So I'm going to stick this on 12 volt. I'm going to put it on close enough. Apply. We don't want 5 amp. We want, what's it rated at? 0.21 of an amp. Yes, we don't need a great deal. So that'll do. Apply. So we should be sat at 12 volt in that. There we go. You already get 100,000 subs before you figure out the progress bar. Tell me about it, James. I honestly cannot figure that progress bar. I know when we spoke the other week, yeah, it's tutorials online. Honestly, I followed them. I'm just not cut out for working it out. Right, so. Should these fans spin with, yeah, I've got power. So if we go on black there, and I'm thinking I go on yellow, which will be the 12 volt in. So if I go on yellow there, it's trying. The fan does want to get out of bed and do something, and put it that way, then at least it'll spin correctly. There you go. Now spinning. It must have just been all bunged up. Let it spin a few minutes to give it a clean off. Let's see if I can spin it that way. It's pooped its bed. It has. I wonder if this is a problem with signal then. Because fan's now spinning. The fan wasn't spinning before. So it's now, at least it's spinning. Let me stick these back on here. That's at 12 volt. Turn that off. Oh, let's just get this back in its unit. Let's give this unit a little bit of power. I wonder what constitutes an easy job. I'm going to say this might be an easy one, but what constitutes an easy job? Because if it were easy, should the customer do it themselves? No. I mean, like that networking one I did this morning, because I didn't fault before, it was an easy job. It's a difficult one to answer that, isn't it? Oh. Give this a quick vacuum with the other thing what we bought with our membership. I'm just going to put this on mute because this vacuum is noisy. There we go. Oh, that is really noisy, certainly when you're holding at ear level. I think some people, that's the issue people these days on the main can't fix stuff like we used to. Yeah. Do you know what I find, Arachnoid? I would say a certain percentage of my job is common sense, e.g. looking and thinking, why ain't that working? Yeah, you have a bit of knowledge to other bits and bobs, but it's a simple case of why is that not working? So you have a bit of common sense, and I think if we're lacking common sense as a society, certainly in a lot of aspects of the youth, don't always want to even try. We've now got fan spin. That's all right. So it looks like we fix that. They just don't want to. They don't even want to try to sort things out sometimes, because it's easier to get somebody else to do it, or ask somebody else how to do it rather than figuring it out themselves. And I'm sure you guys watch people like Mend It Like Mark and people like that, and Fix It, Bin It, or whatever. I Fix It, buy it and fix it. I can't remember what they're called. The Geordie guy. He certainly, I mean, he fixes a whole host of stuff, a bit like Andy does on Swindon over in Wales. He fixes a whole host of stuff, and he's got to kind of figure it all out from scratch. Not like me, who's got to think, well, it's a computer, it's similar to what I did yesterday sort of scenario. People like Andy is phenomenal. And I know power supplies have similar issues no matter what type of supply it is, but you're still figuring it out on the fly, aren't you? That it could be this, that, or everything else. But some of the youth, or some of the people today, yeah, they're just not interested in learning, are they? Or not interested in trying. And I think that's the greatest shame, that people just don't try. Right, let's turn this on. Bottom right hand corner, if we get a picture. Mr. Fix It. There we go, Alan. You need to change your name on here. You need to be called Mr. Fix It now. I remember being as a young child, fixing things and taking things to pieces and whatnot. It was just a fascination I had. I mean, I could rarely put them back together, which probably is not too dissimilar to now. But but I certainly took things to pieces. But that's how you learn. Throwaway cider. Yeah, we are in such a throwaway cider. I'm just going to pull the same things up and just do the testing again, just to see if it's any cooler. We're in a society where they go, well, we'll bin it and throw it away. I was looking through Facebook the other day, because occasionally I'll look through stuff to try and do on stream. So I thought, I'll see if I can get a retro console. And somebody's selling a... Let me see if I can find it, and I'll show you what they're selling on Facebook. Come on. It's working so slow. Is my internet? It is a Nintendo. It's an old one. It's not a modern one. It's something like Donkey Kong or something like that. There you go, highest first. And you just think this guy's obviously trying his luck. Alright, it must have been removed now. Must have been removed. It was for £3,500, and it was the Donkey Kong, you know, the goldy brassy coloured one, I think it was. It was one of them. Not working. £3,420, I think he wanted for it, something like that. I think it was on Facebook Marketplace. And you just think, what? What? Yeah, I agree, James. People will sit and watch YouTube, but they won't actually sit and try and do things on YouTube as well. A lot of people. But there are. I mean, I'll give anything a go, and I've done all sorts over the years. But I think that's how my brain's wired, that I'll kind of see a problem and try and think a way around it. If it's not on TikTok, kids don't want to know. Instagram is the new one. Instagram's replaced TikTok, I'm being told. 74 and still fixing things. I hope I'm still fixing things at 74, Alan. Good on you. Yeah, 3,420 quid they wanted for it. If I could find it, I'll just let me start this off, because we'll give this a bit more of a heat cycle, and I'll see if I can find it. I'll show you an advert. We'll get along there. Just keep an eye on that temp there, and his fan is spinning. So I'm sure it was a Nintendo. I'm just going to get 3 billion switches up now, aren't I? Highest first. Here we go. Sorry, do beg your pardon. It's not £3,000. It's £2,000. And I'll show you on camera what it is. Just why that's doing its bits and bobs. Can you see that? That's basically what he's got. I mean, please tell me if it's worth that. It's worth that, but I just thought, crikey, that's a fair bit of money for that. I mean, there is a box, and he's wanting that much for it. He's put very rare handheld console, complete with box manual, all fully tested and working. So, guys, go look through your attic and see what you've got up there. I don't think it's worth it either. I mean, somebody's going to have a serious kick of nostalgia. I've got a dozen in the loft. It might be valuable to a collector, but are they really that valuable, Zola? I mean, everything has a value, and the true value is what somebody's willing to pay. But is it really £2,500? Are they that much of a collector's item? But then again, trading cards, you know, baseball cards and stuff like that, they go for silly amounts. Right, guys, I think we can agree that this is now working fine. Fan spinning, been cleaned. Yeah, it's worth what somebody's willing to pay. Yeah. I mean, you know what Facebook Marketplace is like? It's probably sick of getting the messages going, "You take a tenner for it, mate." And then not coming. Because that's reality, isn't it? You take a tenner for it. And do that. We fixed another computer. Somebody said on here a few weeks ago, this channel never fixes anything. And look, we fixed 3 today. We've fixed 3. Right, we will take off his little sticker. You know, his little heat, his little, what do we call it, thermal insulator sticker pad, whatchamacallit, and we'll get that, put that there. Put down, put that over there, like so. Get one of the nice long screws. Extra charge for that. You don't know what I'm charging him. £300 job there, to tell you. I mean, this could have been so much more in-depth, because if it were something to do with sensor, I think Uncle Soren did one the other week, didn't he, where a fan, or I meant to watch somebody, where a fan wasn't coming on, and it was to do with the 5-volt sensing pin or something from one of the chips. Can't quite remember. Large pizza time. It is pizza, pizza, pizza. It just felt a little bit stiff. I've never known one of these Noctua fans seize up. They're usually bulletproof, aren't they? Absolutely bulletproof. So yeah, that's a new one on me. That. Oh, cost of living, yeah. No freebies. Everything is chargeable. Is this the one for that side, or won't it make any difference? Oh, missed that. Oh, missed that again. There we go. No, that must be for the other side. So it doesn't. They are handed. So the next one we've got is, he wants me to check his hard drive. And see what that's like. And then he wants Windows 11 installing if the hard drive is okay. If the hard drive isn't okay, I've got to let him know and fit him a hard drive. So not a majorly exciting one, that one, but like I keep saying, it's what walks through the door. But we know you don't come for tech, you come for Maddie. We know that. Let's get this down here. Done. We'll give this a post and see if we got onto his desktop. Just to make sure. I'm going to flick over to that. It'll be a black screen for 2 ticks while I put my face cam back on. Face cam is that one, and then we'll go come here. So we'll just wait for picture to come up. Fan's still spinning, which is always good. Why was it overeaten? The fan had stopped. The fan had ceased. Maddie needs a treat. She does need a treat. Everything pays the bills. Yeah. The fan had seized on it. We just need to, and it was a Noctua fan, which is really bizarre on it, Nicholas. The fan had seized, stripped it down, can't oil the bearing, so squirted loads of the electrical cleaner in the area, and away we go. We are now working. Just need to see if we can get a picture on with his drive. We have his drive plugged in. Bottom right hand corner, just waiting to see if it comes up. Yeah, just really, yeah, fan issue, that's what it was. Fan replacement, just a repair, just needed to clean out. Just clean up inside at bearing, you know, the, oh, I know it's not the same fan, but just down the, you've got a picture, just down here, squirted loads of stuff on the Noctua fan, because you can't, even if you take that off, you can't get to bearing. Can't get to bearing, it's sealed. So, squirted loads of cleaning on there, give it a good spin, powered it from the bench supply, to get it working, and the fan is now spinning, and under thermal tests it is doing good. So let's press that one. So we have a picture on there. I'm just going to put that on there just to protect the customer's identity. and then got to shut down. So fan is still spinning. It's little Mary Hardaway. Yeah, just bearing clean. That's yeah, it's all it really needed. But it wasn't even overly dusty, which is the thing. What does that? I think it's probably more so with heat because of the way these sit, and it's a small form factor case. I think the heat's probably affected it more than anything else. So, right, let's get this one moved and moved on to the next. Oh, that's heavy. I can text him. It's time to come and pick up. Where's his number? That was one from yesterday. All my dreams seem so far away. Right, his number is that. That. Did he ring me? He did. So let me text him. Just put you on mute while I text him, guys.
Who's a good girl? Who's that?
Right, guys, just text him that. Done. He has a message for that. Oh! I'll take that case behind you. Which one's that? That one there. We're going to work on that one next, actually. We're going to work on that one next, Andrew. I'm doing well today, yeah. What's that? 3 out of 3? I've got the last one just there. And yeah, we'll see how the day goes. I've got quite a lot of stuff sat on the top of the shelf. I don't know if you can just see it right at the top up here. I seem to have accumulated an abundance of laptops over the last few weeks where people aren't picking them up. She needs a dog biscuit. She definitely needs a dog. I can afford a dog biscuit as well because so many you kind people have donated. She's sat down here now looking at me and she's going, Dad, what are you doing? She wants to go outside, so I'll be letting her outside in a second before I start on that one. She definitely wants to go outside. I'm just going to let the pooch out, guys. What I might do is just grab myself a quick drink of water at the same time. So just give me 2 ticks. I'll be back as quick as I possibly can. And then we're going to be working on, that one next. This is the one with we'll be having a look at this, some diagnostics on here, and then seeing what's what. So I'll let her out because she might need a wee. Grab myself a drink of pop, and I'll be back in a tickle. Nope, need keys for the door. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. There we go. J-Fix coffee break. I've cheated. Oh, who's going? What did I do with the Tough Book? The Tough Book is still in pieces. Customer didn't want it back. And a couple of bits I put in the recycling because I had my recycler come to pick it up last week. So some bits have gone in there, but vast majority of it's still sat in the room because I need to strip it down for recycling. Do you need any bits off it? If you want any bits off it, you're welcome to having bits off it. Sorry, I'm going to dip my biscuits because I'm eating my dinner. We'll be here. Nearly 10 p.m, so going to get... Oh, see you later, Alan. Have a good night's sleep. Thank you very much for joining us, and have a good night's sleep. The new cup has landed, guys. If you want to buy one of these, head over to J-Fix's shop. They are brilliant, this. This was kind of gifted. Do you know what? I've had this nearly a year now. I would say, James, do you reckon it's a year since you gave me this? Got to be a year, I would have thought. I think I was probably one of the first ones to get one. Don't know. I'm going to pretend I was the first one anyway. There we go. Right, we have this one. So this has come in. I'm going to eat my biscuits. Is it wrong with me to dip biscuits? I mean, do we dip? Should you dip rich tea in coffee? Is that unetiquette? If you dip rich tea in coffee, I don't know. So this one has come in for Windows 11. Unsupported hardware. Can't do it itself. So we do quite a lot like this. I say when I can't even get the side off. Wait, ooh, didn't like how that came off. Ooh, definitely didn't like how that came off. Unsupported hardware, but he has got a Origin Origin SSD. This is the one with the Origin SSD actually. An Origin SSD, which is probably a white label. Not overly dirty. A couple of sticks of RAM in there. We are looking at, let's see what RAM he's got. PC4, DDR4, 2 gigs of 8, 2 sticks of 8, 2133. So a couple of sticks of RAM, USB 3, basic board. It's a H110 motherboard. So what's that Intel chipset? Can't see what socket it is. Oh, it's a 1151. So it's like 8th gen, 9th gen, something like that. CPU, standard cooler. Probably needs thermal paste. But yeah, it wants Windows 11. So if this is 8th or 9th gen, this should actually support it. I wonder if it's because TPM's not on board. I wonder if that's why it's not supporting it. But yeah, it wants me to check his hard drive or hard disk out. Oh, it's got an unpluggable BIOS. Don't see that very often nowadays. I did one yesterday. And I took the BIOS chip off. And I just thought it'd be so much easier if they were like that. But this one's got a unpluggable one. Some little socketed BIOS chip. It'd be so much easier if they're all like that. Let me test his voltage of his whatchamacallit, it's that there. Probably needs a battery as well. 2.8 volts. So we'll stick a battery in it whilst we have our head in here. There's no point doing this and not putting a battery in. So let's just reset his time. If you're wondering what the battery does in a computer, a lot of people think it stores the BIOS. It does not store the BIOS. what it actually does is stores the time. The BIOS looks... Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Can't even see what that says. But thank you very much, whoever that was who subscribed. Dimighty, is that how you pronounce it? Thank you very much. Yeah, what the BIOS battery does is store the time. So you have a clock, you have RTC. So when the computer turns on, the computer looks at the time. And it goes, what time is it? And if it says it's 1st of January 2000, for example, if that's what it had been set to as default, it'll go, ooh, I've been reset. So I'm going to reset my BIOS parameters and reload everything from fresh. If it reads anything other than that time, it loads the previous state of the BIOS. So all the battery does is retain a clock. The BIOS looks at the clock and does that. But there you go. Full of useless information. Don't know much. Don't know much about history. Don't know much about biology. Look at this, you Comfort Tech and you stay for singing. All right, let's get this powered up. Don't like how that's... I did another one yesterday. Yesterday, what day was it today? Wednesday. Did one Monday. And it was complaining his fans didn't work. So I got it all wired up and everything for him. And he'd got 13 fans in it. And it weren't even a big case. 13 fans. I am telling you now, I connected all the fans up and powered the 13 fans up. And I understand why they didn't work. I turned them on. I could hear it 2 rooms away with the door shut. It was that noisy. It was that noisy. 2 rooms away, all doors shut. And I could still hear the fans. And when he came to pick up, I went, I've connected all your fans up for you. But I'll tell you now, it's really noisy. I think you'll need to disconnect some of them because they're all directly onto SATA cable. They weren't onto controllers or anything. And so you can either get a controller and then do it via USB if they're controllable. But if not, I think there are other ways around it. But for ease, I've connected your RGB up. I would certainly have a look at that because it is really, really, really noisy. No, it's all right. I'll do it. I said okay. So I left him to that. But I just thought, wow. 13 fans in a case that big, and it weren't even like, I think he got something like a 1050 graphics card and something like an Ryzen 3 2700. It weren't even a high thing computer. I did swap the cooler because the cooler had it was I can't remember which one it was. It had a standard cooler on anyway, but his cooler fins had broke on his thing. So that's why it was overheating. Not the fans, but he wanted it all done anyway. So we'll get this powered. We're going to try and boot into our... Get that turned on there. So keep an eye on the bottom right hand corner. We have fan spin, which is always good. We'll bash delete and we'll see if we can get into the BIOS because we want to load off our memory stick. We're going to load some diagnostics. I might be behind on my... I am behind, sorry guys. For whatever reason, my chat, which is on screen in front of me, is not showing chat. Let me grab my mouse. I think I'm quite a bit far behind on my chat. My chat's gone down. Might need to just restart that. Just let me restart my chat just while this is loading. And I'll move my pretty little face. You look like this, you don't need brains. That's what they say. we all know that's not true. F1 to run setup. What am I doing? Oh, chat, that were it. Chat. There we go. I'm still on Zola's comment from ages ago. I don't know why that's done that. My chat's not working. No, I'm on Streambot chat. I'm gonna have to close that chat and use. I'm gonna have to use a different chat. That's probably why I've not been seeing all chat. Put that chat on there. I can use Streamlabs chat rather than Streambot chat. Right, so sorry, Gilso and Pernov and Stuart and other people and everyone else has been thinking about. I do beg your pardon. I have missed a lot of chat. The last one I got was Alan going to bed. That's the last chat I got on there, so I have missed so much on there. Arnold's in as well. Lead Farmer is here. You missed my BIOS story earlier, Arnold. XMP is off, yes. I was just explaining about a chip that I took off yesterday. Gilsha, sorry, not Gilzo. I can't read. Every time you butcher me. It's because, is it Gilshaso? Gilshaso. Is how you pronounce it? I struggle decoding words because I'm afflicted with it. I struggle with decoding. So Gilsha, there we go. Glisha, there we go. I will get it eventually. It's not because we don't. Don't try. Glisha. It's on there. So yes. Anyway, let's get back to this before I put my foot in it even further. Oh, I've just typed something there. I want to run. Last one was perfect. Oh, what did I say? Last one though. Glisha. There we go. I want to boot into my little stick. Yeah, we got there eventually. Oh, never seen that before. Never seen that before. Let me swap my memory stick. Never seen that before. Every time I've ever loaded Venturi. That is definitely new to me, that one. Get back on there. Boot that again. Yes, BIOS removed yesterday. I did a... it was off stream. Drive full. Shouldn't be full, that drive. Unless his SSD's full. Yeah, I actually removed BIOS chip yesterday and reprogrammed it. He'd got a issue with... His board was just randomly shutting down. And it looked like a... heat issue. But I went down heat thing, it just wasn't producing any heat. So I thought, what would Arnold do? He would do the BIOS. So I found the BIOS. Is that down to security keys there? Security keys restore defaults. Oh, right, okay. I normally just change memory sticks around when it starts doing that. I think it's the yellow one which will boot anything. Yeah, so I redid the BIOS and it worked straight. Got it all up and running. Ouch. Yeah, I've seen the ones where it says drastic error for SBAT, which is usually security keys, but I've never seen the one which says that. You recognised weird name keys. Ah. Yeah, I've not seen that one. So we will select. Now I've got two showing. I've only got one plugged in. Go into Secure Boot and find the Restore Factory keys. Okie dokie. Secure Boot will be up here. Key management and I need to move my picture because I cannot see my screen because I've got a face cam. There you go. Install things. Yeah. There we go. Oof. OEM BIOS. Yeah. Save, exit. Yeah. And we'll get back into here. It's an older machine. Did anyone notice what CPU it was? I think it's probably 8th, 9th gen or something like that, if not a bit older actually. 1151 chipset. You've missed the. I've done 3 already, so we have missed all 3 of those. It is a 6th gen. Ooh. There is a good tutorial on T48 program on bad caps. Ooh, I might have a look at that. Enable XMP. I'm just going to get it running to start with because we're going to. I've got to put Windows 11 on there, and this has only got 2133 RAM in it anyway. So I don't think I don't think we're going to get any benefit from that, are we? A T2, so lockdown speed. You can make it 8th gen low CPU power compatible with CPU microcode update. Yeah, he's only got well, it's whatever's fitted to it. The 6th gen in here on this. Let me just see if I can boot now onto this. No, I'll put my original drive back in. $67,700 6,700T. What is the error? You mean what's wrong with this computer, or do you mean what's the error? The error is I just want to boot into Ventoy so I can run my diagnostic software. Now it's letting me load it. There we go. Enroll key from disk. We want Ventoy, not that one. Enroll key from disk is that one there. Enroll key from disk. Continue, yes, and reboot. There we go. Yeah, all I want to do is get into my diagnostic software. Just check his disk integrity. If his disk integrity is good, we will we'll install Windows basically. It's not a hugely complicated one, this one, even for me. But we'll get Sergio. I think I did. I went through it. I did that one. It's my 21 out of 1,000 subs that I've got there. I still can't believe that that's not right. I was so looking forward to that, counting down to my 1,000 subs as well on screen. I'm going to have to, well, I followed all tutorials, I just can't figure it out. Cannot figure it out at all. But hey, right, let's get rid of some of these wavy lines so I can see. So we'll do a quick, let's find the BIOS for available. What's the Temu motherboard model? Just bear me 2 ticks, I will tell you. And we will go on to, not that one, drives. There we go, Crystal Disk Info. %99 good. Yeah, it's a Zoom. It's a Zoom Storm. Oh. Retail 8th gen CPUs require socket mod for. We can get modded CPU from AliExpress. I don't think the customer will be anywhere near adventurous enough, because he didn't even want to pay me for updating it to Windows 11, because he said all you're doing is installing it off the internet. And when I went, no, what I need to do this, and this, he then queried about what I was charging him. I said it's £30 for doing it, and he was like, I'm not paying that. You're installing it off the internet. What? It'll take me 3 hours. Got her offline just for certain programs. Yeah, I don't like Windows 11. I would be sceptical whether that is at 99% done 230 days, because Origin Inception TLC 830 sounds like a very generic. He will be back. He will be back. He will be back. I think that is a very, very generic. Whatchamacallit? Diagnostics. Oh, it's too small. This, I cannot see it. Give it back to him, yeah. I was looking to see if I can find one which will tell us what. Oh, what's that OEM key? Oh, it tells us the Windows key there. Didn't know that. There you go. That's the generic Windows key. Never even looked through most of these tools. I only tend to use the same ones each time. I was looking for one which would tell me the the BIOS version or anything like that, but yeah, don't think any of them will. Let's click on there and just see how full he has got. His C drive is relatively empty. Now, from memory, I think he said he had got... Yeah, don't need any data saving at all. Is it in hardware info? Yeah, so it is an older one, isn't it? But it is a Zoomster PC. But it's not. It's in a Coolmaster case. So I'm wondering whether... I don't know. Yeah, that's bizarre, because that's the board. That is the right board, but it's coming up with a Zoomster BIOS screen, and it's in a Coolmaster case. So if we look at the case, this is not a Zoomster case. It's Coolmaster, and they usually put them in their own cases, don't they? To do that. Let's force flash new BIOS, forced no Zoomster. Yeah, I'll look at the motherboard specs. Let me get, can we get Windows 11 installed first, or should we do the BIOS up first? Yeah, I think he's probably bought this off a e-waste recycler, whenever, you know, like they do on at Christmas time and things like that on Facebook or Amazon Marketplace. They tend to sell all their stuff, don't they? Okie dokie. ACPI. So let's shut this down. Close that. Let's go to there. We're going to do a BIOS. Do you know what? I'm really starting to enjoy these BIOS updates because I'm getting a bit better at them. Until it doesn't work, and then I cry. And I go, Arnold, help. Do you know what we have got in here, Arnold? Oh, you'll be over the moon with this. So let me... You'll be over the moon. Let me just shift a bit of this crud out of the way. And then we can see where we're going. I'll show you on microscope, because it'll be so much easier to see. Just need to shift cabling. Right, turn some light on, illuminate. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to do. Focus on there. So, where is it? Look what we've got. We've got a socketed BIOS chip. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. Oh, you knew already it should be socketed. It just wants Windows 11 installing. Yeah, socket BIOS chip is a win. Yeah, it just wants Windows 11 installing. That's all he wants in here, because it can't be done with that. So we will take his BIOS chip out. We'll read his BIOS chip. We will flash a new BIOS to the computer and see where it is from there. Can we see what that says? There you go. I know it's upside down. But that is, it's revision 1, and it's a H110M-R by ASUS. Yeah, H1, but why would you remove this and do it with the program when you could get the BIOS into? You can. It's just more. It's more stream friendly, retro, rather than that. Plus, it's good practice for me. It's the same principle that we're updating it, but the other benefit as well, we can back the BIOS up rather than using a USB, which doesn't always back up. Yeah, so we will get that popped out. So it's just for content rather than anything else. Now I have got a special pair of tweezers. I did take these out with socketed chips. Grab them. haven't used them in a long time. A long time. They are sat here somewhere. They are there. Found them straight away. That's remarkable with all the crap I've got. I made myself a special pair of tweezers to do this. There we go. Straighten these legs because I've just bent one of them, which is really not good because they don't like being bent. I've actually got the same board sat up there, so it's a bit bizarre whilst it's got a Zoomster BIOS on it. Right. Get this PC moved out of the way. Oh, get my BIOS programming soft. Get out. There you go. I can force it from. Fair point. I'll get back up and it's better content. Yeah, it is. It is. Custom PC makers order custom boards. I was watching Skytech build a new PC live yesterday. They installed a radiator with the hose on the top. And when I said the radiator is installed wrong, they laughed at me. Oh my gosh. They were. Do you know why? Because a lot of manufacturers will install them that way, but they do have air traps in the radiators, but obviously you want to keep air away from the inlet and the outlet of the radiator. So a lot of people will dismiss it. Plus you've got to understand with streamers, some streamers, I'm not saying it's them, and please don't, I'm not casting aspersions on them, but some streamers like the sound of their own voice that much. Whatever they'd say, they could tell you moon made out of cheese, and they'd want you to believe it because of that. So some streamers have an ego. I don't know who they are, so I'm not saying it's them. So please don't quote me on that. I'm not saying it's them. But if you think about anything with air, it's going to rise to highest point. So if you can keep it away from an outlet, it's going to be a lot better than anywhere else. Let's get, not that, looking for my little, where is it? It's there. No, it's not that one, is it? Oh, Mookie's back. Airball will mapping transport AI will show them. Yeah. You always put it at the top. I always aim to put the radiator pipes, that's the radiator pipes at the bottom, so air can sit at the top, away from it. And there's actually, have I got a radiator in here? I don't think I have because I threw it away yesterday. There's actually raised sections in the corners to catch air, but there is on the bottom as well, which should catch the air. But my theory is if you can do it, it's better to do it. But unfortunately, normal radiators haven't got the length on them, a lot of them, to do it. I'm just trying to think, have I ever done one of these chips on this programmer? I don't think I have. I don't think I've got the I don't think I've got the thing for it. I've not got the adapter for it because I normally clamp on. Yeah, they do. There's one of them which puts it. There's a few now with it in, but yeah, they put the pump inside the radiator. So I tried one installed like that because the case wasn't friendly for AIO. I made a terrible. you can have issues. Generally, if you can hear it, it's air, which you can hear, because obviously I don't have pogo pins, Arnold. That's the thing. I have a clamp. I have one of those. So you can usually hear the air. That's the thing what makes the noise, as long as it's not a mechanical issue. So it's a bizarre one to. That's not going to work either. I'm not going to have to program this. I haven't got the right tools for this. Yeah, it's legs. Put it in the Programmer Direct. Will it fit? I just thought it would fit. That's never going to fit in there, is it? Going to fit in there? By Jove, it fits in there. Wow. They say every day's a school day. Fits straight in there. Yes, it's made for... Oh, there we go. It needs to fit. It might, yeah, it probably has got a BIOS header, in fairness, James. Didn't even look at that. I have a selection of things, but I don't like soldering them because they're really hard. Sorry, going back to the AIO one. Yeah, if you can hear it, it's generally a water thing, what you can hear coming round. But they do have air traps to keep them away. What you don't want to do, if the pump is on the CPU block, is to get air trapped in there. That's usually the problem. So if you do get air trapped in there, what you could do with doing is then kind of lifting the computer up as it's on to try and get the air out of there, because it will sit in there and kind of cause a hot pocket and a hot spot, and you won't get good flow. It's a H10M-R one. I'm by no means an expert on it. I have just fitted so many. Yeah, it's quite an old board. Is this Arkanoid? Quite an old one. Right, let's pull up. Let's minimize that and pull up the programming software, which should be in my start menu. Xbox console companion. Don't even know what that is. What's that doing down there? No idea what that is. Right, let's go on to that screen. So we have, if you're wondering what we are doing, we have our T48 with our little BIOS chip plugged in, as we can see, connected via USB to the Computio. We will do a read, and no, we don't want read, we want auto to select the chip, detect, and it has found one. We're going to mod the BIOS. Yes, we are. Hey Mick, you alright? We are, just let me check what this is, just so we are getting the right one, because I don't want to cause any conflicts or issues with this. Can we see that? So it's a GD25B128CP. So it is a GD, can't see from here, it's a long way away, GD25128. I think that would be the closest one on there. And then we'll go select that and we'll go to read. Read, oh damn, I need to untick that, so we'll read it again in a second. That's me for getting all giddy and excited. Sorry, we need to take that off and just do read flash. Done. So we will save that to where we're going to save that to. Save, and we will bang it on my desktop under there, and we'll save it as flash Ooh, saviour of the universe. We can go back to that screen now. No, not that screen. That screen. Oh, dear me. Yep. What does the untick option do? I don't know. No. Arnold might ask that one. He just told me to untick it, so I untick it every time I do it. I never have. If we go to read, I never have status CFG ticked. I only do flash. So don't know. It's just one of those. I know to untick it, so I untick it. Bottom left. Oh, you mean down here? Blank check. Ah, right. See, down here. I didn't even know there were all the things in here. Oh, wow. Right, so I need to find that BIOS now. Am I correct? It writes some data at the end of blocks. Blank check is a good. Oh wait. DY stud CFG is at end of BIOS bin a file. Extra junk data BIOS. Enable blank checks. BIOS is easy. Enable blank checks. Okay. That is now enabled. Do I need to? You sent me the UEFI tool, so I'm going to let me just dig that out. And we will, we will get the UEFI tool that Arnold has sent me, and we will try and do this together. When did I download it? Just open Discord. I figured out what were up with my internet. You know, I kept dropping. Oh. I kept dropping frames and whatnot the other day, and my internet speed was dropping to 100 megabits, and now we're back up to silly speeds. Speed test, for example. We should be back up to that one. There you go. It was a network cable upstairs in my server room. And that's what I was doing. That's me download speed. And it was dropping to 90, I think it was. 90 up and 90 down. And it was down to just one of my cables. Must have just been a bit dodgy. It was knocking quite a few different bits and bobs off. My upload speed is horrendous. Why is my upload speed at that? Something wrong with that upload speed. Ignore that upload speed. My upload speed's 1,000 as well. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's picking up. That's picking up. I don't know why it's doing that. Look at that. Just saying how good it is. And then it falls over and collapses on me. But no, it's 1,000 either way. So yeah. BIOS. Download 420. Oh, that's a 2019. Let's download that one. I'm just going to download that, and I'm going to download this UEFI tool that Arnold sent as well, and we will have a go at doing that together. That one there. That one. Zip. Ah, that was the one I remember now. Minimize. Get that out and get that out. Get these on my desktop. New, and we'll call this on Alt. Paste. Right, so we'll have a look at this together. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Where's the BIOS I've just saved to the desktop? There it is. Put that in there. Okay. Back onto there. So these are the files which this is the BIOS file that we've just backed up and saved off that chip. This one is the one I've just taken from the ASUS website, and that A610 is a UEFI tool. So if I pull my YouTube up so I can see my chat on here, save me looking backwards and forwards. Okie dokie dokie dokie. There was a Windows key that I could see anyway. I need to do 5 push-ups to make my arms tired. Only push-ups. Right, I don't know what this UEFI tool is, so I'm going to have a look at this UEFI tool. Yeah, let's run it. Let's be adventurous. Okay, so open image file. And I put it in here. And I presume that's that one. Yep. So that's that one. That's the backup file. Oh, I dropped it. Right, okay. Let me reopen that then. So right, that's the Asus one I've just loaded there, as you can see at top. I can't see it. Overlay. Oh, sorry, I ain't got me. OBS face cam off. There you go. Sorry. There you go. Disappeared. Yep, done. I'm learning with this as well, guys. Arnold is amazing, like so many people in chat are. This is drop down the AMEM capsule like that. Drop down, highlight the Intel, right click and extract is, yep. And then just save it to there, I presume. Okay, so extract here, name it H10, no, GBE, good to go. Right, okay. What's GBE? Just, I will do this. I'm just going to just ask him what G -R.bin. Save. Done. It is. Do you know what? Lead Farmer is amazing. I've seen him in so many people's chat. Intel Gigabyte. Ah, so that's the thing you need to copy across, because you did one the other day for me and you said the Ethernet controller wouldn't work unless you copied it across. For the Mac serial number. Got you. So I would just copy that across if it was that. Right, understanding that now. So I have saved that like you have said. Yeah. If Realtek, you can ignore and continue. Okay. File save, let's go. So is that it then? Is that all I do with that then? So I can close that. So that's basically the new bin file. Right. So we should, wow. Should be able to open that. So if I load this and we want to be in, can't remember where I saved it, desktop, I create a folder called ARM, and in there, so that's the one. and flash. Yeah. Okay, so all good flash. So I will just recap for everybody who's watching, if you don't know what we've just done, because I'm failing to understand as well, because people like Arnold are just amazing, Pernov and whatnot. So we've taken the BIOS chip off the motherboard. We've read the BIOS file. We've backed the BIOS file up to the computer. We've downloaded the BIOS file from Asus, the latest one. And then we just extracted it from the CAP, which is a capsulated file, I think that stands for. Might get corrected there, but capsule file. And just made sure there was no other data in there, such as a serial number for a Ethernet card, because I have a MAC serial number on, which is like an identification number. It didn't need that, so we just saved it as a bin, which is then what we can reprogram to the new one. So this is the latest BIOS, which is going to reprogram to here. Fingers crossed, it should do it. So we will now go to program. What program will do? It'll do everything automatically. So it will erase the chip, as you can see now. I'm doing that. Yeah, and we're forcing the flash for the Asus. Yeah, it's a capsule to the bin, removes extra junk on top, few hundred lines. All right, so it'll probably load faster then as well. So it'll be things like the splash screen and things like that, which might disappear. The Zoomster splash screen. Can't get that word out. Crikey, Zoomster splash screen. That's really hard to say. All done with options. Yeah. So this is erasing. It is a slow chip, this. We've got the little chip plugged in here, so it is a slower chip. But yeah, we should be getting good to go. Yeah, we backed up the old one, so we should be okay to do everything on there. Just refresh my YouTube. Oh, we've got 937 followers. Thank you so much, everybody. Sorry if I can't give a shout out for whatever reason. My system doesn't always. Well, it never does that. So as you can see now, once it's erased, everything else is relatively quick and straightforward. So it verifies it, checks it, and everything else. So we will go back to that screen there. I will turn off my programmer. I'll just drag this over here so I can see what's what. We'll take the turn programmer off. Switched off. We'll pop the chip out. Hopefully we'll get this back in the motherboard. In one piece. That's it, just drop it a few times. It always works wonders when you drop it a few times. Straighten them legs out a bit because they're not very straight. Did bend them a little bit when I was taking them out. Done. Yeah, we could have done that with USB, but as you can appreciate, it's a lot more interesting learning a new skill. And I like to think every day's a school day. So we have that BIOS chip now installed in there. So we'll stick a mod version that adds 8th gen micro, isn't flashed. Pin 1, proper zoomed in. Yeah, I think that should be all good. Where's my little box for my switch? All good? All good. They're all in there. Nice and flush and gone down well. So we'll, okay, boot time, enable XMP. we will enable XMP. I don't think XMP will make the slightest bit of difference because it's only 2133 RAM and that's what it should be running at anyway. But we will enable. We'll take 1 minute post, first time, rebuild the ME and NV RAM. Okay. Well, we'll get it on screen, but we won't put it on full screen. We'll just leave it in the bottom right hand corner until we get a post signal. So, drop the keyboard on the floor. Wonderful. GPU, that is the top slot. that is the top slot. That is the only slot for the GPU for this. BIOS, yeah, it's interesting for me as well. I find it quite remarkable, the stuff which can be done with it. Yeah, it only got 116 on there. So right, let's power it on. So if we get a picture, it will appear in bottom right hand corner. So just keep an eye out down here. When we get a picture, I will flick over to it. So hopefully we have fan spin, which is good. Good. It's not got a little speaker plugged in, so I can't get any beeps. But hopefully it will do what it needs to do. So we'll just keep an eye on that bottom corner and see what's happening with that. Oh, guys. Hopefully, come on. We have picture. Oh, it's trying to load the windows. I didn't want it to load the windows. I wanted it to go into BIOS. So I might need to stick my face cam back on here before any customer info comes up. And drag my ugly mug into the centre. I only put that in the centre, guys, just so we protect any customer information which suddenly flags up on screen. It's alive. It's alive. If you put exclamation alive, I think it shouts. Custom BIOS with peace. Do you know what, Arnold? I have often thought about doing that. I have often thought about doing some type of personalised BIOS screen and things like that. I can imagine it being difficult to do. I don't even pretend to know what to do on there. This computer is really slow. I've asked it to restart and it's still thinking about it. I've had plenty of problems with BIOS. Usually I can fix it with emergency flash provision. I don't have a chip burner. Do you know what this T48, which is what I'm using here, again, this was purchased with donations. I don't think they're overly expensive, about £60 or so. I mean, it's an investment if you're not doing it a lot, but I bought this through very kind donation to people either joining the membership, which is 99p a month for membership, or donating via PayPal and whatnot, and we bought that. So that's the only reason I had a T48 before this, not T48, a CH431, which are about $5, which are really cheap, but they are very, very slow. I have an Omen with 3 long, 2 short, caps locks blinking, so I might need a BIOS probe. Ooh, is it in 3 long, 2 short memory? I am punching delete key here. If you're just wondering what I'm waiting for, just see if it'll go into the BIOS. There we go, we're into the BIOS. Let me just move my face. Go. Yeah, it's revolutionised how I do BIOS stuff, and it just feels quality as well compared to one of the others. Yeah, T48 all day long, all day long. AliExpress. If you need a link to it, drop me a message in Discord and I'll send you a link across. Snappy driver. However, do you use the 50 gig version with all the drivers or the one that requires internet to find? I use the 50 gigabyte one because I use it for offline install, because the memory sticks I use, which are the Pro version, these memory sticks. If you're wanting a super fast memory stick, these SanDisk Extreme Pro are super quick, but the price, they're about 180 quid for a 1 terabyte, so they're not cheap. I've got a few of them, but I use the 50 gigabyte version because, not that screen. Is it that screen? No, don't want that screen. Yeah, I do want that screen. No, not that screen, microscope screen. because it can install it in a matter of minutes then, rather than having to download them all off the internet. So I updated it the other day, in fairness. I generally update it every few weeks on my PC and then just drag it over to each memory stick from my PC. So the memory sticks have the latest version, but that's what I do. I find it wonderful. XMP and EFI Windows mode. Yeah, we'll turn them. I'm pretty sure it's BIOS blink code on HP. Oh right, I was thinking memory with Mookie. Yeah, I was thinking memory as well. I've got a Kingston Dual Pling Mini and works okay. Also a Auric Dual Plug, both fast enough. Are they other programmers? They could well be other programmers I'm not aware of. Anyway, let's BIOS version. Yep, it's updated. So if you look at 3rd of July, because it's probably American 2019, so it has updated to first one. Dual plug USB-C and USB. Ah, right, got you. Yeah. Yeah, the only things which would make these faster if they're USB-C, but unfortunately the USB-C isn't supported on all laptops, so that's why I still use USB-A on mine. But we'll be demonstrating this in a few minutes because we'll be installing Windows. Right, so we need to turn XMP on, don't we? Not that one. Oh, my internet's buffering now. Main screen, mid left, advanced options. Why can't I find XMP? Main tab. Am I missing it on there? There's nothing on there. Can I use mouse and point to it? I've got all the lines on the screen. With OBS it puts a load of, there you go, at least I can see my screen. It was on the main screen you changed. Right. So I'm on main screen there. Disabled, ROP down. There it is. Right, well, there's fan spinning. Oh, so we're back on that one. Oh, there we go. There we go. It is on there. That's, yeah, it won't let me enable it. It's just greyed out. Won't let me enable it. That's me selecting it, and it's not letting me do anything. Yeah. Yeah, RAM doesn't support. It's 2133 RAM. So that's what I was thinking. That's why I couldn't see it on that screen there. I'm looking on there. I'm thinking, where is it? Where is it on 3? But it's probably Billy Box basic RAM anyway. So let's see if we can boot to. Have I got a memory stick in? Stick a memory stick in. So we are ready for when we do a reboot. BIOS is UEFI, not CSM. Yep. I will just get back into the F8 on older ones. Yeah, I'm just doing a reboot now. I always do it old-fashioned way. I always go into BIOS and hit F7, then go to boot and select it that way. And select my memory stick. So we want that one there. And this should now load. Yeah, no, most UEFI ones do, don't they? But not every single one. It's a little bit slow. Is this machine? I'm not happy with that hard drive. I think that hard drive is still probably not performing as it should. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, many do. We're going to put Windows 11 on, and this should bypass TPM and secure boot protocols, and also any requirements for CPU. Whilst that's doing that, we will stick the BIOS programmer back on a, oh, I have several right, so okay, so he's coming to pick up that one there. So I've just had a message from the, you know, the one we've just done with the fan. Shift F10, disk PART, and list disk. I can't see this. We want to, which one do I want to select? Disk 0, I think it is. So I'm going to either do my memory stick or I'm going to do the hard drive. So we're using disk part now. So Shift F10 brings us into command prompt, select disk part, and then list disk. I'll bring up the disks which are connected. You can see two on there, which are a 920 and a 953. I do the same. I hit 4 keys, hidden bell, but I hit 4 keys as it's starting up. So what I've done there, I've selected disk 0, which is the 953GB, which is his SSD, and I'm just going to put a simple command in, which is clean. And what that'll do is it won't format the disk. It'll just basically get rid of all the kind of boot sectors or the allocation tables and everything else. So it's kind of just in, I think it's raw format. Simply type exit, takes out a disk part, exit again, will take us out a command prompt, and then we just need to do a refresh. So you'll see all these partitions on disk 0, which was his old Windows install, now disappear. So a rescan. Often this will just work. Sometimes you need to reboot the computer, but often it will. So we've selected the drive we want, and we'll click next. And if this was a little bit quicker, this drive, 6 minutes, this will take us to install from start to finish. This might be a little bit longer. I've already drunk it, Arachnoid. Already drunk it. Already gone. Exclamation hydrate. I do need to. I keep forgetting. I was ill again on Sunday and Monday from a migraine, and that was self-inflicted yet again from not drinking enough. I'm not too sure whether exclamation. Yeah, try that one now, Arnold. Exclamation command. Right, your Windows 11 install bypass created with Rufus or other means. Other means. Oh, it might not even be working on there. Don't know why they're not coming up, Arnold, because that exclamation. But then again, OBS is playing silly beggars with me. It's done by other means. I write a unattended script, and I extract the ISO. I put it into the ISO, and then I extract the ISO, put it in there, and then I put it back as an ISO, and then put it onto my Ventoy disk. There are easier ways of doing it. I do it that way because I have other things which will bypass TPM, bypass secure boot. It'll configure the disk for GPT, I think it is. It'll set up 2 local user accounts. It'll install certain software and not install other software within Windows. So I have it doing quite a few bits and bobs in the background. And yeah, that's the one I use, Zola. I don't do it myself. I use a website to do it, and it just generates it. I'm not clever enough to do that. But it's just a bit more of a faff having to, once you've done it, is to get the ISO and extract it and put it back in. But for me, it saves me a lot of time because I can just start it off and just leave it. So like, I think last Thursday, I had 5 desktops in here. And that's why I have, I've got 4 of those super fast memory sticks because I can just set them all off. Windows 11 on a more modern PC is about 6 minutes for me, which I've demonstrated lots and lots of times. So I know they're dear, but they do work wonders. There you go. James has posted a link. Thanks, James, for that. That's the website to do it. But you can, if you're just wanting to bypass things, just use Rufus. Rufus will bypass the basic stuff for you, or Ventoy will, I think. Retro did it as well, yeah. So there are other ways around it. I do it because I can do a lot more configurable things in it within that. Just while that's loading up, we will look at that. So I have On His Way, which is the guy picking the small form factor one up. Boop, boop, boop. He's coming to pick that one up, and they should be coming to pick that one up. Sat up here. I texted him back and said, "Can't come tomorrow," so he's coming today. And sorry, that one. And then David not texted me back yet, even though I've messaged them. So we will wait to see what they do. There should be. Is 26H1 out yet? I don't know. When's it long 26H1? Yeah, Space Mortal. It's third week at month, which is what we're in now. Is usually. It's usually a strange bit of month. I'll leave it on bottom right hand corner. It's usually a strange bit of month because I think people are waiting for payday and things like that, and obviously with uncertainty around the world. So it's always a little bit quieter for me. The third working week at month, which isn't too bad because it gives me kind of housekeeping chores like my accounts or stock take and things like that, which are necessarily evil when you work for yourself. Been quiet in Bristol. Is that all month or is that just this week? I'm fortunate because I've been doing it for such a long time, and if you search within my area, I know Uncle Soren was saying it on his stream the other day, that if you search for computer repairs, he's number one in the UK. If you search for any type of computer work repairs, laptop repairs, any of the keywords within my area, it generally comes up with me on there. But a lot of that's organic stuff because I don't pay for any advertising, never have done. But because I've been doing it for so long, and because I've got so many online reviews and so many links to me from reviews and things like that, it tends to do it up. So, but I'll often get calls from other people in the area saying, "Oh, ring this guy." It's not what I do because there's not many of them who really do hardware. A lot of them do software. So I work with a couple of people who do software because I don't particularly like doing software. So they do the software side. So if somebody rings me up and says I need my email or my printer setting up, I'll pass you them details and they'll do the same for me. But I'll get Curry's PC World ringing me up and saying, "We've got a customer stood with me. Can we send them down?" And I'll go, "Yeah, no problem at all." Or people will turn up and they'll go, "I've been giving your number from PC World." So I even do that. I used to do kind of warranty work for Scan and people like that as well, but I don't do that anymore. It's been quiet all month. Ooh. If you're anything like me, you always worry when it's quiet, but it always seems to come back to life. Retro. If you get Vointo plugin app, you can have multiple XML scripts and select which one. Ooh, James, that is something which might be very interesting to me. I might need to look at that because embedding it in the ISO, because you've got to obviously extract it and put it in. I won't say it's a pain, but it's thing. I've been doing it for 13 years in my area. Thankfully, I also teach for local authority 8 hours a week. Right, compensate, so to speak. Yeah, word of mouth for me. I don't advertise at all. I'm on Facebook and I'm on Google and everything else. So I would say 90% of my business is referrals or word of mouth, and the other bits coming from, well, probably, no, it's changed a little bit now, probably about 70%, probably about 30% is organic searching, but that's a good thing. If you get a latest version of Windows, you don't have to keep embedding it. That is good. Well, you can't use the same bypasses now. Do you know, for the local admin accounts, you can't use the same bypasses on latest version of Windows because they've closed the loophole, which was well nice for them, wasn't it? Thank you, Mr. Microsoft. Right, let's see if we can get a network cable stretched out and plugged in. Right, let's see if we get a... Don't like that. Never like one of them coming up, do we? Plugged it into the network. Yeah, I looked at that one actually, James. What you sent me for that ISO. You can actually do it yourself. You just copy it into. There's a folder within Windows as well, where you can pull it through. And I downloaded one of the versions on there. I only downloaded it into one of ISOs mainly because, like older systems like that, if I went and put 24H2 on here with all the updates, it might crash because some updates require certain security updates on CPU. Where if you do it via Windows Update from a standard 24H2 without the updates, it'll only select the ones which are relevant and doesn't crash. I'm installing 20. I can't even tell you which one I'm installing. Let's have a look. Open Ventoy. This computer is quite slow. I'm installing probably that one. Properties, which is, I think it's 24H2 or 23H2. I think it is 23H2. Ignore the date on here. Might be 23H2 because I've got 24H2 down here. I think there's a 23H2, which is my go-to one for that. MS info. Yes, you'll have to do the build number though, because it won't tell you. You have to look at the build number. Yeah, I'd love to switch to a Linux only platform as well, because they just run so much better or so much quicker on older hardware. But then run setup and upgrade. Ooh, found a trick to do it from OS. Load ISO and then command to edit registry and then run. Do you mean the upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11 without without doing everything? I still put the updates on this one, Pernov, but the reason why I use this as my go-to, because on older systems it doesn't tend to crash it, where 24H2, which I have got on memory stick as well, tends to make it fall over more often. So what I generally do with this is run 23H2 and they just let it sit through all the Windows updates to do it on. You can also upgrade versions. I've not tried 25H2. I've not even got round to doing round to 25H2 on one of them. Mainly because a lot of people if it can take 25H2, it's newer systems, so they automatically update. The ones I use memory stick for are generally older systems, so I find the newer stuff. 25H2 brought a new security layer out, which disabled the bypassing of local accounts, didn't it? Yeah, I normally do manual upgrades on it anyway. Or you meaning going forward after you've done it, it disables those? Is that what you're referring to, Pernod? Right, I'm going to use Snappy Driver. Quite a few people have seen me use this in the past, so we will... I can't see that, so I'm going to have to change that. It's just too small. Display settings, and I think it's that one. Let's go on to 150 so at least I can see. There we go. And in here, and we'll find Snappy Driver. I ain't updated it on this memory stick as yet. Run that. It'll ask for local access. Yes, there is an update for this, but I'll just leave it. So once you've run this, you select all 17 and just let it go. Remove that W11 and put Windows 10. Be a lot better. Sent you a link to Method on Hub site. All right, thank you, Arnold. I will have a look at that. You don't get security updates past the end of support, 11th November 25. Oh, right, okay. I think Windows 10 in the EU, if you sign up for the Enroll program, you still get them until September or October this year, the updates. And I need registry to bypass. Oh, right, okay. Personally, I don't care about security. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that automatic update, and I thought the automatic updates would still roll through as long as I updated it after the, you know, once I installed, if I then went through all the updates to do that. I can't remember who was asking about the big file. Yeah, this is the 50 gigabyte Snappy driver on here. Is that how you do it, Nick? You just mount it and then do it from command? So there's only one update outstanding now for it. So you can see how quick these drivers, there were 17 drivers that needed to install. It was certainly quicker than installing them from Windows Update. If you could get them all from Windows Update, it was certainly quicker than installing them from manufacturer's updates, having to find them, because this will do everything in your PC, from your motherboard to your graphics card to your sound card to your networking and things like that. So where this is really good is if you are installing it on a PC and you need Wi-Fi drivers to make your Wi-Fi card work without Wi-Fi drivers, you can't connect to internet to it. Where if you keep all drivers on this memory stick, it does work okay. It's just installing graphics driver at the moment. I'd never open your virus. No, they don't. I agree, Pernoff. They Akatar, they don't need to do that. A good hacker, you'll never even know that they're on your system, unless they want to toy you with you. A good virus, good hacker, good whatever, you will never, for average person, you will never ever know that they are there. And any software that they've put on, you'll never even know, because your system will just run. Yeah, Eternal Blue. And what's that other one as well? Blue Hammer, which is the new one. Yeah. The product service method does not always work. Can't remember when though. The registry bypass from scripts I talked about always works. Yeah, that's one I'll have to have a look at. Yeah, I mean, that Eternal Blue is quite an old one now, isn't it? Why has my screen gone blank? We are just installing a graphics driver, that's why. So we won't look at a black screen, we'll wait for the picture to come up. Yeah, the Eternal Blue was an old one now, isn't it? They've changed a lot of those tools now. There we go, we're back on. So we'll go back to that screen there. So as you can see now, they're all installed and it just needs a simple reboot. So I will eject the USB memory stick. Wait for it to come up. I always eject your memory sticks because if it's reading or writing to it, it's never good. And we'll do, stick that in there, and we will do a simple reboot just to see if all the drivers are installed, and then we'll get it on doing its biz. I need to install my new lights for my microscope as well. So I might do them next. I've got I think I showed them on stream the other week, but I want to see if I can get them mounted, and then I could do your opinion which light is better, the new lights that I've got or the ring light. Yeah, well, there's a security flaw. I was saying earlier because my debit card has just been cloned over the weekend, and there's a video out at the moment where they actually show you cloning touch and pay. You know, the contactless pay on your phone, and they show it. The guy basically touches his phone to what he thinks is a payment pad for $10, and it doesn't go through. They basically intercept it, use their phone within seconds, and I'm not talking an hour or whatever, use it within seconds, and touch the same pad, and $10 comes through for their purchase, but off his account, and it shows up on his phone as payment approved. So they went, well, that's $10, it's okay, because this is the exploit, it's less than $50. Let's do it for $10,000. Have you got that in your account? Yeah, I've got that in my account. So he does the same, gets refused, they go onto their phone for their purchase, and they could be 1,000 miles away, for example, and it goes through straight away, and it comes out of his account. So that is that. That exploit's been about 5 or 6 years now, public exploit, and it's just 2 digits in a binary string what they need to change, and they showed you it, and it affects Visa cards and Apple devices. If you're on a MasterCard or non-Apple device, you're not prone. But if you're on a Visa card and an Apple device, and you've got it stored on there, you pay for things, you're susceptible, and you can be done for that. Which is, yeah, just to override even the protection of less than $50 or £50. Yeah, you've seen that, have you? I had a 500 gift card snatched in a few days. That's a different one with gift cards, isn't it? Because what they sometimes do is rub the security number off in the shop, and then when you buy it and put it on, they just keep checking. It's one at Christmas, that, isn't it? It's the one, yeah, hidden. You are absolutely spot on. It's the ones we don't actually know about, which are the scary ones. So let's just get rid of this and check for updates. And hopefully I will be able to put this to one side and see where we go from here. The ones which are publicised are either non-important anymore or not. It's the ones like you look at Eternal Blue, the amount which are in there which classes 0 day were frightening. It's just obviously they were right. Well, some people would say they're in wrong hands, but they were in law enforcement hands, weren't they, or government hands? Oh, my phone is ringing. Just bear me 2 seconds, gents. PC repairs, how can I help you? I don't repair screens on MacBooks any longer, sorry. No, I don't repair that MacBooks. No, sorry about that. I don't sell items, I just repair laptops and desktop PCs. Okay. Cheers, bye. Oh, sorry guys. I like digital. It's a chance to make something easier to use, and yeah, that is the problem. Where this has arisen from, going back to the exploit on Apple, is on on the Underground, they used the London Underground for the example, which was when you get your phone and you touch on there, if you've already had a journey, you don't need to re-look at your phone for security. It'll just automatically read it and let you go, pay. So it speeds everything up tremendously rather than getting biometric authentication. But that is what they've exploited with this this way through to do that sort of thing. Right, I'm going to shift that because he's collecting that, just while this is updating, and then we're going to have a look at those microscope lights if I can make room on the desk. So I'll just put this through here. So that can sit there. That one he is collecting, so that can go through into here. Ready for collection. Move the dog's ball. Watch this. She went, did I just hear my ball squeak then? Here, up. What's this? What is it? Look into the camera, not around the camera, just into the camera. There we go. I wish I had eye tracking like a dog. There you go. What sound is that? Oh, they're not working. Says they're connected. They're just. None of me OBS stuff's working on any of me notifications or anything. And if I click on
PCDD, you little shit.
I think I can play them manually. But I think for whatever reason, I don't know why. I'll be glad when I can go back to when I get my new system and I can just reinstall Windows. I'm gonna have to go to Windows 11 at that point. Just waiting to get everything in order to get that done, and so on. It's in there. It's all in there. It's all configured, all in there, and for whatever reason, it is just not working. How do I look at that? If you look there, they're all connected and configured. Connected 303, and that's everything connected. My YouTube is, my Elgato, my OBS. They're all connected. So it's not like it's not connected. They are all connected. For whatever reason, they're just not playing up, and all my commands are in there as well. If you look at there, all the commands are in there. So if we look at where's Arnold? I don't know where he is now. Oh, I think I set Arnold up different, that's why. But if we look at there you go, lead farmer. Lead farmer. I think he's oh, it's not in there, that's why. You've got to go to commands, and you do it in commands. He's set up for everywhere, so it should be in there. It's that long ago since I looked at this. I can't. That's it. He's in sounds, so it should actually work from there on OBS. So if you look at sounds,
I'm a lead farmer.
it is working. I just don't know why it's not working. If that makes sense. I don't honestly know. I don't know. Anyway, Pico, hello. It's the bot. He's banned from chat. Yeah, I've banned Streambot from chat. Then none of them are working. Well, I'm not getting any pop-ups on screen. None of me subscribers, none of me memberships, none of the gifts, nothing. I ship back. Mike's back. It's did that come through then? No, I don't know whether that came through. Yeah, none of them are actually working. I really don't know why. So please don't ask me because I don't know. A bit worrying that has gone off again. Oh, there we go. I just need to reboot this when it comes up. And then, no, dog's ball. But I thought I'd run over dog and I had to run over ball. Even when you slide your chair back and you think, oh no, what was that? Like reverse now at driving, you think, well, that a cat? And you just realise it ain't. It's a small child. No, it's just a ball or something. You packet or bottle you've run over. Oh. Most of day Friday. Ooh. Sorry, somebody else wanting bank details to pay. So we will see if we can get this 36 minutes. That's going to take an eternity. Let me see if I can stand this up. And then we can get my lines done because there's no reason why we can't do two things at once. Upgrade my... Ooh! Pull that out of there, do we? That would have been a bit of a faux pas if I'd have pulled that out of there. And that's not going to go across there. If you find that it's a laptop that was smouldering left outside, yeah, it could be that one on driveway, which were on fire. It's not a case of it's alive. It's more like it's on fire. It's on fire. Oh yeah, I learned my lesson with that. Right, let me get my BIOS programming gear put to one side, and we're done on that. Let's see if we can get these lights mounted up here. Okay, so I'm going to have to work with this on the desk, so we're going to work around it a little bit. So the lights I've got are these glasses. Where did I put my glasses? You can see. I got these off AliExpress, so they should take USB-C or USB-A for power, and they're just basically swan net lights. So what I'm hoping to do is I want to mist that up with a piece of sandpaper because they're clear at the moment to defuse the light a little bit. And then once I've defused the light a little bit, mount it on the camera and hopefully have nice diffused light coming off the camera. I'll grab a piece of sandpaper because I want focal light on there. Is Carthor in? Carthor! They're not working, Carthor. Not working. They're not a polarized filter. They're a cheap lens. So all I'm literally going to do is mist them up to help to My commands aren't working, Carthor, unfortunately. So we are stuck with no sound effects. But hello, Carthor. Not spoke to you in a while, actually. I've seen you in other people's chat, but I've not been not seen you in here for a while. But I don't think it's because I've been streaming at your time of day. I think that's what it is. Yeah, bot's ignoring everybody. Bot's had enough. It's gone on strike. It wants a pay rise. This AI's just gone, I've had enough. I just want to go do something less interesting. I was designed to do more than this. And you've got me doing sound effects on a subpar YouTuber stream. What's all this about? Yeah, bot's had enough. So I've misted both lenses up, as you can see. So I'm hoping that defused it a little. Let me grab a USB-C cable. Maddie works early. It did actually. Yeah, she did work earlier. It works when I select them as well. So I don't know why it's not working without, but yeah, don't know. So let me see if I can get. All right, it's not working with USB-C. So we're going to have to use USB-A. So a USB-A to C cable. I had one a minute ago. Let me grab it out of my box. USB-A to C. Nice. Oops, nice orange one. Ooh, falling over. There we go. We have very bright lights. I've misted them both now, Arnold. USB-C is remote PC control interface. I don't think these will have a remote control PC interface. I think it's because I'm plugging it into a USB smart switch hub, and it probably just needs a dumb one. That's why USB-A to USB-C works. So where I'm hoping to fit these is maybe on that hinge under here. Or maybe if I fit it that way. I can't fit it that way because it's in the way of that. So actually, what about if I fit it here? I think that works a treat. Do you know what? I think that works a treat there. I've ordered a Ridden 6030, but I'm ordering it in pieces. Carthor, I tell you what to do, Carthor. I ordered the Max version, which is the pre-built one. The new one now comes with USB-C as standard, I think, if you order it with that. Are those running shoes? I don't know what you're looking at. You mean those down there? No. that is a Hoover. Oh, that's the Dyson Hoover, the DeWalt Hoover we bought for cleaning PCs now with the donations. And mine aren't running shoes. Mine are just Skechers. I had my running shoes on yesterday. No, it's not PC. It's analog adjust. Yeah, it is. There's a little thing on it, a little wheel. But I'm thinking if I mount it on there, like, there's actually a few places it can go, but mount it on there with a couple of cable ties just to see, I might be able to just have a look how it is. So let's just bodge it for the time being with a little bit of, tell you what, we'll usually use my amazing tape, and we'll see if we get better results from that as opposed to my ring light. So we will bodge this a tad. Oh, sorry, Carthor. I was saying to you, the other thing I would say, Carthor, is, because I love mine, I know you've got Ridden already, but I love mine, is have a look at the software, what MX Power has written. It is brilliant. I know there's a few people who've written it. I've not used theirs, I will say, but the one what Max Power has written is awesome. I'm using it now. And I'll quickly show you, once I've taped this up here, what it does and what it doesn't do. But it is so stable. It is really intuitive. He's done an amazing job of it. Absolutely amazing job. See if I can just bring it up on screen and I'll show you it. Close that down. It's my BIOS programmer. No, not that one. That one. So this is the power supply interface now, Carthor. I've labelled all these, so I can simply switch up here, as you can see, 19.5 5 volts, and I can do this. You can tag it to. I've got an 8 amp one there. I've got 1 volt 1 amp, and you can see it's coming up on here, and so on. So you can just simply do these yourself by doing that, and then double clicking and putting whatever values you want in there. It's got really easy connect. It's got overvolt sounding, and honestly, I can't rate it enough. So stable. It appears in my top right hand corner, as you can see here, with the trace route on it as well. Not that one. And he's put so much work to it. There's logs, there's all sorts. It just does all sorts, and it's so much better than the default one. You can use your slider controls. I've got no plug over, so you can use your slider controls to get your voltages, apply. You can manually type. You can alter the refresh speed of the graph as well, which is what I quite like. The big one for me is that button there. Because as default, when you connect the software up, you cannot use the keypad on the power supply. It's a dead keypad. None of the buttons work on the power supply. If I press that, it unlocks the keypad on the power supply. So rather than me reaching over and changing everything on here, yeah, I can unlock it. I can unlock the keypad. So you'll see on yours when you get yours, you know, your fascia keypad of your power supply, as soon as you connect any software to it, it locks it, so you can't use that. You've got to use software. Bit of a pain in the backside. He's managed to do it, so if I press that button there, I can then put it in manual mode and I can actually use the keypad on my power supply rather than reaching all the way over here, and then I can just basically lock it again so I can use the software again. The other thing what I like about it, it beeps for overcurrent, so if I've got a short, it'll beep rather than having to look. It'll beep and things like that at me, and I think it auto reconnects as well when it does it. It'll auto detect your power supply and it'll put all these in auto ranging as well. And there was something else as well which I liked about it. I can't remember what it is. I want to do a review on it because he's done so much hard work. But it'll be in the same form as you, and it's MX Power. I can't remember his thing. He has got a link, but you're best off messaging him and asking him, Carthor. It is honestly brilliant software. Absolutely amazing. He's quite often in chats as well. MX Power. He's got his own YouTube channel as well. He's posted some videos on James's. I can't remember if it's in on JFix's Discord. I can't remember if it's in the tool section or the fun chat section. But he's posted a couple of videos of it working there. But yeah, I can't speak highly of it enough. Is he from France? I know he's not English speaking first off, because I have exchanged quite a few messages from him. But yeah, very good, really nice guy and everything else, and whatnot. And there's a donation link as well for where you can buy him a coffee. And I'll tell you now, I'm going to buy him several coffees because I really love the software. I've been beta testing it with him. And the stuff which I've kind of dug out with him as well, and I'm not a beta tester, and he's going, yeah, we'll put that right. He's rewritten this interface 3-4 times, and it's kind of, each time he rewrites it, it changes how it operates and how it works, and I just love the clean feeling of it. So yeah, but as you can see on screen, it's a nice big thing, and everything else. But yeah, just love it. Can't say enough for it. Really do like it. 36%, right, have I crashed that? Did I? Yeah, I thought I had. Yeah, I've crashed Windows because when I pulled it, I pulled the power cable out slightly. So let me just hard reset this computer. We'll get back onto doing these lights. I'll get that posted and booted back up. Okay, so I have quickly just taped these up here, really vulgarly and everything else. But as you can see now, I've got facility to move this around. Let me just get my thing plugged in, and I'm going to tape over the thing because I'm a bit of a nugget. What am I? I'm a nugget. It's doing a Windows update. All right, I'm just interested in seeing what this will look like. There we go. I want to see what it looks like for reflections. You know, the anti-glare. Oh, it's, yeah, Carl thought a million times better. Million times better. Right, let's get onto microscope, which is that one, but I just need to change the, so let me put this, where's the mouse? Let me just start this back off with Windows. Update. And flick that over to microscope. So my microscope and my PC desk share the same input source. Let's get a motherboard. Get a darker motherboard. Get a GPU board. Okay. So I will get this rigged up better than it is at the moment. Well, I probably won't. I'll probably leave it like this knowing me. Right, that isn't too bad, but let's get a bit of flux on there and get the flux warmed up, because it's the flux which is going to make it reflective. I know it's more flux than you would probably put on something, but anyways, let me use a, since it's an old scrap board. There you go. Okay, so that's the lighting I'm currently using, which is okay, but as you can see, we've got quite dark shadows at either side. Now, if I put my ring light on, which is this one, it gives me a lot more light, but as you can see, we've got a lot more glare now. And it's just not the best. Where the blinking heck ever put my, there it is. So we can start seeing some glare coming through, which just makes it really difficult to kind of see through. So that's the ring light. So I've turned my ring light off and put my other lights on. I want to see if these are any better. Might take me a while to figure out where I need to put them. Right, so new lights, ring light. New lights, ring light. There's certainly more glare with ring light. If you look around centric picture around here, I mean, this isn't the best because board isn't warm and it's not reflecting as much, but there's certainly a lot more glare around here. I think that's a more of a natural thing, and it's a more even spread of light. Need to turn down alley on knob control a little. Well, they're on maximum at the moment, these lights, but I can move them around like this. Let's move in the thing. So I think if that's new lights, that's ring light. It's certainly getting a lot more glare on ring light. It's not night and day like it shows you with whatchamacallit, you know, with what's his name? Northridge. That's better. Yeah, focus more on centre. I do think that's better though. That would be really useful. That would be really useful. I think it's better than my ring light, let's put it like that. I just don't know whether it's as night and day difference as I was thinking it might be. But it might take a bit of... Yeah, ring light's definitely overexposed. But we'll run with that. I'm not going to mount them there permanently because I think I might end up putting them a bit lower down, because at the moment they're actually the same height as the ring light and my thermal camera and stuff like that. So I don't want to interfere with that. So I might have a look at that. Yeah, see where that's going to go. Let's shift that out of the way. Press that. Magic. Right, that's that. See where this is up to. %, installing. 23 H2, and then I'll move on to the next. Turn brightness down a little. Let me back onto the microscope. Oh, that's all right now, isn't it? You can start to see it's due to chips, which you see what Zach means about them. You can start to see some of the so if you look at that chip up there, yeah, good enough for me. I think that's, I mean, in fairness, that's a hell of a lot better than I normally am, because I'm normally do you know what, that's it off, that's it on. I have got really good lighting in this office, I must say. That's it off completely. That's just office light. That's how I normally transmit. The Microsoft does do a good job of, might be a case of just using it, rather than using it all the time, I can just use it on odd things. Certainly see chip numbers better with it. Yeah, it looks much better. Use a grey card for brightness calibration. I won't even know what a grey card is. I think it does give some more illumination, because what I struggle with that, it drops my frame rate a little bit. So you end up with a bit of a judder, and I think when there's more light on it, it's a bit more, I don't know, still not brilliant, is it? Do you know what? Any light's going to be better than no light though, isn't it? They weren't expensive. They were about $5. So it weren't like it's a £90, whatchamacallit. And you know, worst case scenario, I can then add ring light as well and just have ring light quite low to try and balance it out. that's more or less where I wanted to see if I get rid of some reflection from when I'm soldering and whatnot, and also rather than it being in quite a dark environment, I'm trying a different colour board. Oh, let's try on this laptop board. That's a GPU. Yeah, you can start seeing some of the reflections on it. Ah, that's a good example. Look at, right, so that's my ring light. So we definitely got reflections. As you can see, definitely got my ring light. If I swap ring light onto my thingy lights, gets rid of reflections. I've never tried it, Mookie. Never tried it. I understand it's immensely bright, and so on, but it's probably out of my price range as well, because I think it's quite expensive, but deservedly so, because it's really, really good stuff. From what I understand, the reason why I get reflection is because of the that must be rosin. That is because. Oh, look at that! That's seen better days, hasn't it? Wow, I wonder what we're on with this board. Got a big hole blown in it. Oh my gosh, I don't remember this one. It's because of the angle of the light coming in and reflecting up the lens. This is why I was thinking the thingy bobs. That is a right mess. I mean, look at that. I don't even know what that is. I know, is it sold? Oh no, it's resin or something. I thought that were an owl. I don't even know what that was. Yeah, it is cheaper if I do it from him. But I was thinking it was the reflection because it was coming straight down. That's where I understood it from. I mean, I've got in here. Go to this camera here and let's zoom out. We are zoomed out. I have got on the ceiling. I have got a massive, and it really doesn't do it justice. That's a 6-foot light. Cool white LED, sorry, yeah, cold white, whatever it's called. That one's set to cool, so it's slightly yellowy. Another 6-foot one there. I've got another tube light under here, which is 5 foot, as you can see. I've actually got 2 of those under the same length of shelf in front. You just can't see. You can see one here, and then there's another one immediately behind it for my work area. So you can just see it there. So I have a lot of lighting if I turn it on. The problem if I turn these on, it's right in my eye line and it blinds me and I can't see anything when I start looking through it. Oh, did I just turn it on there? There we go. Ah, where are we? Right. So let me shut that one down. I'm going to move this over to the other desk area, but I'm going to experiment with those lights and we'll see, once I've settled into it and seen what I'm doing, how snow glasses for cameras. Start researching the double slit experiment just to get better pictures with your PCB. Was that thermal paste? Yeah. Did you see my video the other day where I'd got the low melt solder off AliExpress? Oh my gosh, I was coughing for 2 days after using it. 2 days I was coughing with on that. It was unbelievable. I've ended up throwing it in the bin. It set fire to my soldering tip. Yeah, it's now gone in the bin. It set fire to my soldering tip, and it's permanently destroyed. I don't know even where tip is. Permanently destroyed my soldering tip. It's absolutely killed it. This is it here. It's just totally and utterly killed my soldering tip. Look at it. I don't know what it's done to it. It's just killed it. There were blue fire on it at 200 degrees, and it's just destroyed my tip. So I've binned it. Got rid, binned it. I think it would probably part gallium or something else, but it absolutely stunk. I got fume extractor on full, within probably half an inch away from where I was soldering, because I tried it there before. But it won't mix with solder either. It just didn't mix with the solder. So when you did put it on and you started mixing it with solder, it turned it to... do you know, like you get slag when you weld, you get all crap on top because it oxidizes? It turned it somewhat similar to that. Yeah, I've tried it. I've tried cleaning it. I've got one of these brass things. I've tried cleaning it with that. I'm going to try and resurface it, in fairness, because tips, for all intents and purposes, is dead. So I'm going to try and resurface it and see if I can use it. Yeah, honestly, Mookie, I was coughing on stream because I'd showed people on stream, because I'd done it there before, and I went, this stuff's horrible. And a few guys were asking, so I said, well, I'll show you. So I dug it back out to show people, and I have thrown it away. And yeah, it was hideous. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible stuff. Mercury is fine. I won't put it past them. I would not put it past them. I've never smelt anything. Well, I have smelt something like it. If you've ever followed a car and the clutch is burning, because there's an issue, lettuce in milkshakes, it smelt like a burnt clutch or a burnt brake pad or something like that as well. But yeah, it could be some type of zinc then, because yeah, it was definitely bright blue. Not a lot of smoke, but it actually set fire to the tip. The tip is burning. It's on my last live stream. I think it is live stream before that, and then I was coughing all the way through live stream with it. I said I'm just going to throw it away, so I threw an entire pack away. I ordered 2 packs because I thought, ooh, I could do with some of this. And yeah, wish I'd not ordered it now. Yeah, it was. I'll show you which one it was. I'll show you on AliExpress what I ordered. Oops. Right, so let me see if I can find it on here. And I'll show you what I ordered. Because it just wasn't, yeah, view all. And you guys will go, EDM. It was, I probably ordered wrong stuff. I'll tell you now, because I'm going to show you a video. But I just looked up low melt solder. So let me just see if I can come back and get this video on full screen. This is the stuff, and they're showing it as glue. But it's not, it's metal. And you read out reviews and people are going, oh, it's amazing stuff. It's amazing. And it looks like that. And it says powder coated welding rod aluminium, but it's not aluminium. It was not aluminium at all. But it was described as low melt solder. Yeah. I think, I mean, it weren't expensive. I think I ordered the wrong one, but I could do with some low melt solder. So if anybody's got any recommendations on buyer error, James, you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Buyer error. Product itself is probably amazing, but I don't think I'd be like wanting to breathe the fumes in anyway. It was certainly one. I'm having my friend test it. it was something I wouldn't want to breathe in anyway. But if anybody's got any links to proper low melt solder, because I know you don't need a great deal, I might just need to invest in some of that, just so I've got. Yeah, I look for chip quicks. I look for chip quicks on AliExpress, and that stuff came up as well. I look for that Aussie on there also. But that's what was it like. My dog is back in here. Oh gosh, guys, I am still all. Right, let me just get this sorted and click there and that. I've got no other bits and bobs to run through, unless we fancy trying to mend a stick of RAM, but I've never mended RAM in my life, so I won't have a clue how to do that. I've got some DDR4 RAM. So what I'm going to do, guys, I am going to save that. I'm going to wish you all good day, and I'm going to move you over to MK's Live, MK Fix. So please, by all means, stay and join MK and say hello to MK for me. What a good guy MK is. And I will try. I'm at hospital tomorrow, so it's probably going to be Friday at the earliest. But it really does depend on what I've got coming through the door. But if anybody is sat in chat, please help me by hitting that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. It'd be much appreciated. But hopefully we'll get some interesting stuff. Thanks, Russ. But everybody who's been on chat, thank you so much, guys. And everyone's coming in and say goodbye now. So thank you, guys, and enjoy MK. We'll see you soon. Bye bye. Say hello to MK for me, by the way.